Oh shit! I don't actually have YouTube up.
Oh, we're live.
Oh, there you go. The first word of the live is shit.
First one, I'm pretty sure it was me saying fuck, so.
Of my live or your live? Because mine was fuck.
We are live.
Okay, we're live.
Been live for 21 seconds. Let me just check.
Right.
Oh god.
Nice mohawk, Danny. I see you've opted to steal my style.
Yeah, although naturally I'm shorter in that department, among other things. And
yeah.
I thought I'd make up for it with a very outrageous colour.
Isn't that your natural colour?
I'm not quite that
Sun-kissed. A bit sun-kissed. Well, anyway, guys, do we want to introduce ourselves?
Oh, were we supposed to? We were supposed to do pirate names, and I forgot. Don't worry. If my phone disconnects, like it probably will, because the internet reception up here is not the best, I'll just pick a different piratey name every time I reconnect.
So what are you going to call yourself? You're going to call yourself Char.
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 Yeah.
Or just
At the moment, I've just got to...
The CH is silent.
Yeah.
Arr.
Well,
I just bought a brand new car. Char has a car.
We've already started.
Already. Although I've got to be honest.
Turns out pirate edition just means we're all doing those really bad pirate accents, or we just end everything with R.
We're just angry Irish people.
If you've watched my latest planning video, I've actually set some dates for publication, and they're completely arbitrary. Except my novel next year is slated to be released on the 19th of September. Can we all know? Do we all know what the 19th of September is?
National Pirate Day?
Talk like a pirate day.
It's going to make book signings quite interesting.
Was it 19th of December or September?
September.
Oh, my brother's birthday is National Talk Like a Pirate Day then.
I think you said that last time.
I think I might have, yeah.
I don't know if we were live or if it was the 3-hour chat we had afterwards on Emily's channel. Yeah.
I cannot remember what happened where anymore. We knew this day was coming. It's just, yeah.
Oh, dear.
There we go. Maybe a little bit better.
Well, apparently we have some people watching, so if it's not actually us, does anyone feel free to say hi?
I just realized, because I've got like the plait going, I've got a little ponytail, and it just reminds me of Ewan McGregor in Phantom Menace.
Oh God, don't. Don't.
Don't get started on the Phantom Menace.
Just this tiny little ridiculously irrelevant ponytail. Mine at least is cut.
My brother had that haircut for like majority of their childhood.
I'm sorry, but the day I saw that haircut, and I went and saw it at the cinemas because I was excited, like a good little fangirl, and hugely disappointed, I might add, at the end. But
yeah, like, why would you cast Ewan McGregor and then do that to him?
But I saw it, and all I could think of was rat tails. Now, I know Danny knows the old rat tails.
Yeah. Can you imagine if they did that to Oscar Isaac in the new movies?
It would have become a fashion trend, though, honestly, at this point.
Probably would have.
No one would have even thought twice about it. Everyone would have been like, yeah, cool, everyone's going to get the fucking Padawan braid. Woo!
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. Oh,
why is it my chat? Oh, that's right. Got it.
Yeah, you might have trouble with Charlotte on the phone. But,
Charlotte,
with the chat, I can put the chat up. It just covers your guys' faces. So
so you'll definitely put the chat up then.
I was going to say you're not going to hear me argue too much. Oh yeah. So the idea was to chat pirates. Let's see how long till we can go off topic.
So the challenge is to see how long we can last talking about pirates before the conversation veers off entirely.
Oh yeah, well we've already talked about Star Wars, so we're buggered.
I'm going to start off with a piratey Tim Tam Slam. So that pirate themed enough for you?
Damn it! Now I want Tim Tams. If you tell me they're double coats.
So imagine if Jack
these are
Sparrow
the dark
was.
chocolate ones. I left the double coat ones back at my other house.
What if Jack Sparrow was like, "Why are the Tim Tams always gone?" Is that kind of
I love
They
that
are
line.
always gone.
I think that's my favourite line from the whole movie. But why is the rum gone?
They
I
got so
just
many.
like that they kept it as a running joke for like the whole series.
My favorite one isn't why is the rum gone? It's in the second movie when Elizabeth shows up and he turns to Gibbs and says, "Hide the rum."
That was my favourite in that one.
That's my favourite callback because it's a callback to her blowing it all up.
Yeah.
I think I like Barbossa. Is it in the third film where they're trying to rescue Jack Sparrow and they're trying to find the end of the world? And he goes, but to find what can't be found, one must be lost. Otherwise, everyone could find it.
Yes, we're nice and lost now.
Yeah, so we want to get really lost right now.
Can we just talk about Barbossa for a second? Because I think, okay, let's forget about the Fountain of Youth. That movie doesn't exist. But I think Barbossa has the best storyline arc of all those characters. He has a true redemption arc through to sacrifice. And it is, I just think they did it so well, particularly in the last film.
Yeah.
But if he died, can't he come back again?
No, that's it. It's done.
Oh, because all the curses were lifted, weren't they?
Yeah. But I must admit, though, that entire final sequence, up to the point where they get to that island, I am just waiting for the Flying Dutchman to turn up.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the fifth one?
Yeah, the fifth one.
Did you watch the end credits scene?
Sorry?
Did you watch the end credits scene?
Yes. I know that bit. No. But I'm just expecting. But I'm expecting him. His family. I'm expecting him to just bring the Flying Dutchman because he never actually went by the rules anyway. You know, I mean, his entire story arc is I grew up a nice, lovely young gentleman doing my apprenticeship. Oh, screw the rules. I'm going to go save the girl. So why didn't they use him? I just don't get it. I just think it would have been.
I think Orlando Bloom must have been busy on other films or something.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably filming the end of The Hobbit or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Should we at least?
Well, Luke Evans looks more like Orlando Bloom than Orlando Bloom looks like Orlando Bloom.
I love that line. I love that.
They got 5 big ass movies out of a friggin' ride at a theme park.
Yeah,
very well done.
How insane is that?
I am actually very impressed with that entire idea. It was a theme park ride, and they managed. And there's maybe a 6th one, isn't there?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing with it. I think they're waiting to see how things go. I mean, it depends what happens with Johnny Depp, I think. I mean, they've pretty much said that he's not going to be in it, but it's not Pirates of the Caribbean without him. So
no.
Unless they restart it again or they go with how the 5th one ended, like the end credits scene.
Possibly.
I just don't know how many people are going to come back for Will and Elizabeth. Like,
and Davy Jones, I think.
Yeah. Like getting to the end of At World's End, I was pretty fucking sick of Elizabeth and Will. So
I think they were perfect in the first movie. The second movie was good with them, their storyline. The third movie, I started thinking, come on, how many times can you stab each other in the back and still love each other. I mean, seriously, come on, guys. It's if they had gone through that entire third movie and they were just steadfastly knew each other, loved the other person, and they trusted them regardless of what they were doing, I would have gone, yeah, cool, done. Okay, still do everything they did, but they didn't have the trust.
Yeah. And Elizabeth and Jack had like 1,000 times more chemistry.
But that's just because of Johnny Depp's just such a good actor, let's face it. But yeah, it's just, I just think they needed more trust. And to be honest, trust in Jack too. I reckon the three of them, after everything they've been through in the first two, by the third one, it didn't matter what they were doing here, and making deals here and making deals here and making deals there. They should have trusted each other. And I think that to me is with the idea of pirates and pirate movies and pirate characters, is that's the one thing I really, really love about pirate crews is they can be the nastiest, dirtiest people to everyone else, but they always back up their crew and their crew always trusts each other.
Yeah.
And when they don't trust each other, that's when shit falls apart.
Which is basically the plot of the first one.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. They had a mutiny, and that's what the curses come from, the mutiny.
I never understood in the first one, Barbossa, like everything Barbossa and his crew were doing was so they could be alive again.
Yeah.
I never understood, like these guys are unkillable in their current state. They can obviously, still rule the seas. So the only thing they want is to be alive. So why would they be, like, why would you want to stop them from being alive?
Hey, Sarah, how you going?
That's true, but I think it was the means that they were going, like, what am I trying to say? It's how they were going about trying to come back to life because they had to steal back the treasure and they were, like, just looting places at the same time.
Their motive was a bit strange to me. I'm like, they're pirates. Their whole existence is about, well, actually, no, when you think about it, the whole existence is about gold and about women and wine, so to speak, women and rum.
Yep.
So they couldn't
being self-indulgent.
And they couldn't be self-indulgent because they couldn't, like, I think Barbossa uses the apple as the example.
Yeah.
He couldn't taste it.
Yeah. And couldn't taste anything, couldn't feel any, they like didn't feel desire or anything. I've seen that movie so many times I could go real deep into this. Like this was
that's me with Tremors, don't worry about it.
Well, satisfy our lust.
Yes, exactly. And they like they couldn't, what is it he says? They couldn't feel the warmth of another person's touch or something was the line. Yeah. And so that was the whole reason of coming back is like, yeah, cool, we can live forever. We can pretty much do whatever we want, but we can't do anything fun. Like we don't get anything from what we're doing.
Power has consequences, but it's
exactly.
But it's sort of, but it does in general, just not just Pirates of the Caribbean, but any pirate film, it is quite very much the crew. And getting back to the storyline, particularly in the third movie, is that's where I get a little bit lost. Like they start losing me because I'm like, hang on, these guys are crew. They they're meant to be,
But see, I think what happens with the third one is that their crew, they've kind of Frankensteined a crew because they've lost so many people along the way. They've now got some random crew members from Singapore. They've got random people from Jack's crew, Barbossa's crew.
Okay, look, don't trust the Singaporeans. Well, I think the end result of that in the movie is a little bit self-explanatory there. Yeah. But it's the core. It's particularly the core three, and four if you include Barbossa. And where they got it right in the fifth movie was they had that trust back. It took a while to regain it because obviously there's some new people in the fifth, but Barbossa and Sparrow do have that trust, even though they are effectively on opposite sides for half the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the fact that Barbossa's turned against Jack so many times and taken the pearl and mutinied him twice and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think that's why I loved the 5th one so much, because Jack and Barbosa just have such good chemistry with the characters.
Yeah. By the end of it, I mean, over all the years and all the people that have come and gone, those two are the only two that have been around. Like it's that old, friendship by long.
They're the Crowley and Aziraphale of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yes, they are indeed.
It's very true.
That's exactly
around for 100 years, they would have been best buddies.
I think another reason why they didn't have Will and the Flying Dutchman in the 5th one would be because it came out after The Hobbit, though.
Yeah, long after.
Yeah. I think he just didn't know. Should have been in it for the plot, but also...
I know the reason for this, because it was filmed 2 or 3 years before it was released. Disney held the movie for 2 years after it was finished because there were so many big blockbuster movies coming out and they wanted to have its own face.
They didn't want to compete with Marvel.
2015, I think, because I remember I was talking to Cavanaugh McNally, who plays Gibbs, at a convention about it, and he said, "Oh yeah, the movie's done, but they're just not releasing it till 2019 or whenever it came out. They're not releasing it was 2 or 3 years away because they don't want to get drowned in the hype of other movies."
Yeah, so it might have conflicted with the last Hobbit then. I'm just trying to
I think it did.
But also, I think it would be whatever. Yeah, it would be whatever Stellan Skarsgård was working on as well, because they wouldn't have Will and then not have Bootstrap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would have had to been in it too.
And he would have been doing the Mamma Mia movie.
Yes.
Mamma Mia Returns. Or something like that, yeah.
Whatever that one was called.
Yeah.
I looked up
Here we go again, something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
There you go. Danny's done the Google searching for us.
Yeah, I looked up what Disney are doing. So they're moving forward without Johnny Depp, but I think they made a wise choice. They're actually going to make it as a reboot. So it's not a sequel.
I'm so sick of reboots.
I had a feeling there was
this trend where a movie that's still modern is going to get remade.
Yeah.
So they're remaking the first one.
I think
it's a reboot, so it's going to be a Pirates of the Caribbean film, but probably a completely new story in a completely different part of the world.
So it's same universe, different characters.
No, if it's a reboot, it's a reboot from the start. So it's the Curse of the Black Pearl again.
Maybe.
I don't think it'll be the Black Pearl. I think it's going to be an entirely new story.
I think what they're going to do, I think they'll do an Anne Bonny. They're going to get a female pirate to be the lead.
They might get Penelope Cruz back and do her backstory one.
That would be cool.
That would be interesting. Or her after story, because she is the daughter of Blackbeard.
Yeah.
So she could conceivably go off and become a pirate on her own right.
What really sucks
she just
is
popped up in the 4th one.
Yeah. We don't talk about
two writers from Deadpool.
Yeah, let's not talk about the
and but they've moved on from the project, so they're not working on it anymore.
Directors?
No, 2 writers from Deadpool. Yeah, the 2 writers that they got from Deadpool.
Was it the original guys or? Because look, what they need the original writers. They need Gore Verbinski back. They need Jeremy Bruckheimer back, and if they can't get them, they just don't do it.
To be honest, reboots have a bad taste in my mouth because I've seen too many good films rebooted and it's lazy writing. They take shortcuts because they assume you've seen the original one, like the conversation we had about The Lion King. And look, no story's original, guys. No story's original, but it doesn't mean you have to go word for word.
But isn't there currently a screenwriter's shortage?
There was in the early 2000s. For about 10 years, there was a screenwriting strike. with Hollywood, and that's where all the reboots came from. And then Hollywood realised they don't have to pay the writers. They just take an old film they already own the rights to, remake it a little bit, get the director to change a few words rather than actually have a professional writer on board. And, hey, we got a new blockbuster, guys.
Which makes sense to why there's so many reboots with it.
Yeah,
Mark
which
Hamill
is also...
said that.
But there was also this point, too, where you might remember this, Danny. I don't know if you girls would, but there was this point where growing up in the 80s and 90s, you're seeing the movies getting slightly better and special effects and all this sort of stuff. And then there came this hit. All of a sudden, it was about 2 or 3 years after the strike started, because obviously production times take a long time. And the quality of the movies got better when it comes to special effects and all that sort of stuff. But the storylines, can we say, Jar Jar Binks? They taint.
What?
But see, when the last Jedi, episode 8, the Last Jedi, whatever it is, when it was about to come out, they're interviewing Mark Hamill, and Mark Hamill, they're talking about the movie, and he's talking openly about the movie, and he says, doesn't matter if it's a good story or it's well made, it's just got to make money.
Yep. Yeah.
That was his opinion of the movie, and they said, can you tell us anything about it that we don't already know? He says, it's the longest one.
Yeah. I really think he was burnt out by the end of it. He was so burnt out by the end of it. You know,
I think he's just
the pressure to make a decent film, and yeah.
Well, I think after the episode 7 kind of didn't flop, like it did well, but there was a lot of people that really didn't like it. And when it first came out, Mark Hamill didn't like it.
No, he hated it.
He hasn't liked any of the recent ones. He's kind of had his own little rant about all of them, and I completely agree with him on it. I don't think they needed to be touched. I think it was too soon to do anything with it. I think they should have just left the Skywalker storyline where it was, and if they wanted to reboot it with some other... God, I keep knocking shit over. Like random... Well, exactly. If they wanted to do that where, you know, Luke started up this Jedi school and then some students later on,
that's what he
go to the dark side. Well, that's what I would have preferred. Not this whole, like, it's his nephew and his nephew's fucking pissed for some...
And he was ready to kill him. The guy that was refusing to give up on his own father was ready to kill some guy.
Yeah, that was shit.
The biggest problem I had with the last 3 Star Warses, and I do watch them for entertainment value. I think as movies, they're actually pretty good movies. But the real problem I have with them is they have hundreds and thousands of words of fantastic stories written by that fantastic authors. I even think R.A. Salvador wrote a few of them from memory. And they just, what did they decide to do? Oh, they're not canon anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mara Jade. Hello. Give us Mara Jade.
Yeah.
It's funny, though,
and
because...
They've gone and made the... Sorry to cut you off, Danny, again. They've gone and made the... Why are you even here?
Come on.
Beat through chaos without us all talking at once.
They've gone and made, with the Solo movie, they've now gone and made Clone Wars canon, which then ruins Anakin's whole story of why he became Darth Vader, because in Clone Wars he's a fucking Jedi Master and he has Ahsoka. I don't know her name.
No, but he's not a master. That is he? I didn't think
she had a one in the show.
So I haven't watched the Clone Wars. I was just so Yes, okay, we know they're not pirates. Although there is a smuggler. There is a smuggler in them. But I just...
Space pirate.
Well, I was going to talk about Guardians of the Galaxy. They are space pirates. And part of what I was saying earlier about when crews don't trust each other, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, best fight scene sequence ever. The music's perfect. Rocket's perfect. No, anyway. But, I don't know. Star Wars is just, I don't know. If they'd done the books, I mean, I've only read like the first 6 of them. I mean, there's like 30 of them now, I think. But
there's another thing.
And then there's the Thrawn ones, following like the Empire, and they're meant to be brilliant too.
Our good friend Robert Jones, story detective, he did inking and illustrating for a whole heap of Star Wars stories.
Yeah,
like comic books and that. There's whole backstories in these comic books.
Oh yeah,
with visual representation they could have drawn.
So
there's
many
whole,
that they
there's a whole comic backstory for Poe Dameron and like Leia, and that is in there. And like from what I've heard of that itself conflicts with what they talk about him in the movies, because then in the last movie they're like, you were a spice runner, and it's this whole argument that they have, and I was like, wait, what's a spice runner? And wasn't he supposed to be in the Royal Navy Academy, and then Leia like poached him from there?
I wonder if they could do a Poe Dameron only movie, like a movie just following Poe.
That'd be so good. If I would be happy if they did like a Mandalorian style series with Poe and Zori.
That would be good.
And have like the spice runners. That would be great.
Yeah. No, it's like, well, leaving the Mandarin. Mandarin. Oh my God. Yes, I'm tired. I had about 8 hours sleep over the last 3 days. So please forgive me. Hashtag 11-month-old at home.
I just imagine like the full suit and then just a Mandarin like helmet.
but the bad guy at the end of
and he's just like.
But the bad guy at the end of all that is, because when we first watched it, we watched it with a couple of friends that are actually part of the Star Walking fan club here in Melbourne. And they're huge Star Wars fans. And we're sitting there watching it. And PJ, our friend, just goes, oh my God, it's so-and-so. And I'm like, whoa. What? But there's this huge backstory for this guy. But because of the way they did The Mandalorian, that's all hopefully going to come out in season 2, I hope.
I think it will, because the Mandalorian like character in the show knows who that guy is from the fact that he knows his name. And it's like, there's only one person who that can be, and that in itself is a massive like hint that towards the next season of like, oh, this is going to go into more depth on who this guy is.
Which guy are we talking about? What does he look like?
The general at the end. Have you seen The Mandalorian?
Yeah.
But apparently, his
name stuck with me.
Yeah, but the sword he uses is apparently a Mandalorian heirloom, and the leader of the Mandalorians is meant to have control of that sword. And apparently, it's in the Clone Wars cartoons as well. It's some sword that's got like a lightsabery ability, or
so it comes back to bringing that stuff.
After I heard the several facts. I just sort of tuned out and went, okay, explain it to me when you're less excited, PJ. But getting back to pirates. So I thought what we could do is we could actually discuss our favourite pirate movies. So do we have who would like to go first with their favourite pirate movie?
I mean, mine's probably the first Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates
of the Caribbean?
Probably.
I'd have to say the first Pirates of the Caribbean had a really profound effect on me, because I remember when Elizabeth is on the Black Pearl for the first time and Barbossa walks out of the shadows into the moonlight. And
that part is amazing.
Yeah, just that was groundbreaking special effect.
The shock of that in the cinemas was just astounding.
Yeah,
just seeing drinking and it's just coming out his ribcage.
When that movie came out, I think I was about 2003. So I was like 8. Shows how young I am. But my parents were on holiday, and me and my sister were at a different school to my younger siblings. So we actually had a pupil-free day that day. And she thought, oh, pirates, I'll just take the girls to see the Pirates movie, not expecting there to be skeletons and shit in it. But like that scene, for me being a creepy little weird child that liked dead things and skeletons and whatever, I was just like,
you would have been in heaven.
Yes. It was amazing. So then, like, when the second one was announced, I literally watched the trailer on YouTube on repeat for like a whole night. Just kept rewatching it. Every time I'd hear my parents watching TV and the trailer would come on, I would like dart upstairs and just watch the trailer on the TV with them. Like, it got to the point where I could quote the whole trailer word for word. And then when we went to see the movie, I had to pee for the whole time, and I held it for the whole movie because I was like, I am not leaving this fucking cinema. I am not missing anything. It was like, like Pirates of the Caribbean was my life for a very long time.
Well, I don't think you guys would even know my favourite pirate movies. I doubt you guys have even seen them. Danny might have seen one or two of them.
Waterworld.
Space Pirates. No. Nat and Hayes, also known as Savage Islands. That was a New Zealand film. No. And Yellowbeard.
That one I've heard of.
Any of those? Like, I've heard
Yellowbeard is a classic. It's actually one of the few comedies I actually enjoy.
I would have to say my favorite is probably Treasure Planet.
See, I can't watch that Treasure Planet. I get about
Treasure Planet's just
it's written by the same people that wrote Pirates of the Caribbean as well.
Just doesn't catch me.
But it's still the story of the Treasure Island. Captain Smollett.
Which I also love. There was a one of those BBC miniseries a few years ago. They did Treasure Island, and it had Elijah Wood. Is it Eddie Izzard? Eddie Lizard? I can't remember.
Eddie Izzard, the comedian.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was in it as well. Oh my god, it was amazing. It was so.
I think
is that the one where they go on like adventures? He says a mini series. Like how many episodes?
Like three 45-minute long episodes, or hour and a half episodes. I can't remember. It's very, very good. They also did a Pirates of the not Pirates of the Caribbean one. God damn it, a Peter Pan one with Reese Evans. I can't remember how to say his name either. And Faris.
Now I must say, there's a pile of pirates I'm always wholly disappointed in. The Peter Pan pirates. I'm always disappointed in those ones.
You can.
I mean, I just Hook did a good job.
Yeah. See, but I guess it's because they do them for kids, obviously, Hook and all that for kids. So I think they're very campy to me. Yeah. Is it Taylor? Taylor's also loves Treasure Planet. See, I must just be the oddball. I just can't get into that one. I want to like it because it's science fiction and it's about pirates. I can't believe you don't like it. It's so good. I don't hate it. I just don't.
It's one of my top 3 favorite Disney movies.
I don't fall in love with the main character. I just don't want to. I don't care. I think is the word.
I love Jim.
But when they reboot it,
so cute. I think they are going
to do a live version.
If they
ever a live action version, like Guardians of the Galaxy level of that,
that would be awesome. Die. I would literally have a heart attack and die. Like if they ever announced that, and if they cast people that were actually decent, it would legitimately be the death of me.
But not till pirates I love. I love the Guardians of the Galaxy pirates. I love the Reavers? No.
Yeah, Reavers. No.
Reavers. Yeah. No.
Is it Reavers? No, Reavers isn't that fuck me. What's wrong with my brain?
Yeah. Reavers is something else.
Reavers is Firefly. What are the?
Yeah, Reavers is the zombie-like Firefly bad guys, but Reavers are also somewhere else as well. I mean, now there's a classic pirate crew.
Yes,
Firefly. I haven't seen I haven't seen
I haven't seen the
that.
show, but I've seen the movie. God, what is the movie called?
Serenity. Yeah.
Would you like
Serenity.
to repeat it word backwards?
Mhm.
Now that is a crew I love, because they have their differences, they have their problems, but when it comes down to it, they back each other up.
Firefly must be a good show. They had, one season?
It had
Yeah.
12 episodes plus the pilot and then the movie. They were meant to do 3 seasons, and then they cut it at the end of the first, and then he got the deal for 3 movies, and then they did 1 movie and went, oh, this didn't make any money, and they cut it. And I was like,
Which
seriously?
is annoying because I've seen the movie and I haven't seen the show, and I loved the movie.
Oh, the movie is
I'm
magnificent.
going to watch it.
I love it. It's so good.
Yeah.
Talia's convinced me. I'm going to have to check it out.
Yeah. You see some pretty lights, and then
I like the actor as well, like the actors in the show.
yes, they're all good actors.
Nathan Fillion.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey.
Watching the dragon game. Mama's talking to some people.
Yeah, I agree. Danny, you should watch it.
You should go
Yeah,
watch
well, it's got some of my favourite actors in it. I should check.
You eating Oreos?
I
Yeah.
remembered
Oh,
another
yeah,
fun
I'm
pirate
Oreos,
crew.
Hey?
Another pirate crew that I really like, and you reminded me of this from saying Camp Pirates, is the pirates from Stardust.
Oh,
Those are definitely Camp Pirates, and I'm so down.
That's a game and book, isn't it?
Camp, but they're done so well.
Yes, I love the bit where he gets caught by the prince or something, and he's pulled out and humiliated in front of his crew, and then he's just like,
we always knew you were a bit.
They're like, it's all right, man. We always knew you was a whoopsie.
Like my favourite part of the whole movie is the guy at the end, like ragdoll fighting.
Yeah.
Like he's possessed. That I had tears in my eyes at that fight scene.
I love that movie so much.
So good.
So good.
It's so good.
But also too, that's actually a good what do they call it? The skill vinaigrette or vinaigrette? Oh my god, the skill thing where he's learning to fight.
Vinaigrettes.
Yeah, and but you see him learning to fight. He's not just automatically good, you know. And it's just done nicely, and he's learning from the right people. Like he's learning from pirates. He's learning how to fight. Sorry, this is my little sick girl at the moment, so she might whinge a lot. But yes, say hello, Arwen.
Hello, Arwen.
And my little thundering elephant. She's nowhere near as gracious as the elf that she's named after. But they just Stardust. I do like the pirates in Stardust. I think they're cleverly done, and I just love how, as a crew, yes, okay, the captain's a bit whoopsie, but they stand up for him.
They've got that. And they know, and they don't really care. They're all sort of playing along.
I guess it's sort of
irony role.
Okay, there's a scene in Serenity, where the mechanic, God, I'm having trouble remembering names. Leigh turns around and actually says to the captain, "You could have made them family," and that to me makes the quintessential good pirate crew is when they do become a ragtag family.
Yeah.
I like.
I'm just trying to remember all this. Huh?
If we want to go modern day pirates, there's a show on Stan called The Last Ship, which my wife introduced me to, and it's literally about most of the world's sort of gone to crap, so it's kind of post-apocalyptic, and it follows the crew of this battleship, and they encounter pirates and that sort of thing because they still exist. But yeah, there's some really, really good action in that. So there's 5 seasons on there.
There's also Black Sails as well.
Yeah, Black Sails.
Does Red Dwarf count as pirates? Because they kind of are. They kind of are pirates. Like, he's the last man alive, and he's just taken over the ship by default, even though he's not probably supposed to.
He's technically still trying to get back to Earth, so he hasn't hijacked the ship. I reckon when they take the Beetle, the little ship, I reckon that's when you could call them pirates because they didn't have permission to take that ship. They're not exactly traveling to Earth. But Red Dwarf's a bit more of a survival journey.
Yeah. They're sort of pirates in that they form their own little pirate crew, and then when the rest of the crew comes back, they're still working on their own goal, but they're suddenly displaced within the society they're meant to be fitting into, and they don't fit into it anymore, and now they're sort of going against it.
One would say being put in prison in case you're not fitting in.
I love Red Dwarf, don't get me wrong, but I really do think Red Dwarf reached its peak at the dream sequence song for Cat.
On season 2, you got me tongue tied.
You got me tongue tied.
It's actually a really good song, eh?
That's fantastic. That
was season 2. I think the show was good right up till season 6 was phenomenal, and then season 7.
It loses me about season 5 and 6. It sort of starts losing me there, and I just haven't watched it since.
I love the show.
I have so much of it not in order that I don't know where anything happens anymore, other than when the crew's there, it's the later season because they're alive, and it's the back to it.
One of the newest seasons, though, they find a device that it's meant to be a rejuvenation rate. It's meant to keep them young. Instead, it sends them back to something like 100 BC in India.
I think I remember that one.
And they're trying to get the control working, so they're buying mandarins or something like that to make a battery to get the control to work, so they can go back to the ship. And the one of the guys says to this woman who's got the mandarins, "Do you have a bag?" And she goes, "What's a bag?" And Lister turns, main character turns to the robot and says, "Don't they have bags here?" And he goes, "Oh no, sir, bags haven't been invented yet." And he goes, "Well, what do they do?" He goes, "They drop things."
I love Crichton. I love the actor that does Crichton. He's amazing. He's such a good actor.
Robert Llewellyn. Robert Llewellyn is the host of a show called Scrap Heap Challenge. And it was really good.
Dad watched that.
It is.
You know what I also love? Done in the same era as the original Red Dwarf seasons, British Empire.
I don't think I know that one.
I don't think I know that. No.
Rimmer is the manager for a community swimming pool. That's all I'm going to say. Go watch it. It's amazing. It's better than Fawlty Towers in my books.
Oh, that's a pretty big claim.
That's a big claim.
I don't like Fawlty Towers.
Renee, this stream is bringing out a different side of you, a side I don't like very much.
A monster.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
Like Treasure Planet, you don't like Fawlty Towers. Come on, what else? Do you just hate Disney in general?
No, that's
Do you hate puppies? That's why you got a cat.
Sorry. Yeah, this one's just not well at the moment. She's got a skin allergy.
Ow.
It looks a lot worse than it is. She got good drugs today. She got stuck with the antihistamine today from the vet, so hopefully it'll start healing soon. But I don't hate Fawlty Towers, but my dad used to watch it so much, and there's only 12 episodes. It's not like Firefly. It doesn't stand up to multiple rewatchings. It really doesn't.
Not close together, no.
When you're so overexposed to it, it would be an easy show to dislike. I think that was me with Sylvester Stallone movies. I can't watch a Sylvester Stallone movie. Arnie, I'm fine with. I love Arnie, but Sylvester, the Rocky movies, I would rather die.
I've seen them too many times. I can't watch them anymore.
Yeah, I can't watch Adam Sandler movies because they're just
I hate Adam Sandler. Can't stand him. Hate him.
Adam Sandler doing Rocky, I'd watch that.
Same.
Adam Sandler and
knock you out.
Sorry, guys, I can't deal with him. My sister, when we were growing up, my sister was obsessed with him, and she used to have. Oh God, what was the one where he goes back to school?
Billy Madison.
Billy Elliot. Billy.
She used to have that one on repeat.
Oh, I love it.
We had to rewind the VHS so she could rewatch it.
Yep, that was us.
Oh.
My family is huge Adam Sandler fans. We have all of his movies. We always watch them.
Hit me in a room. Tell me
we're going to get.
I can only watch MASH reruns for the rest of my life, and I'll be fine.
MASH reruns are great. Fun MASH fact is if you like count all of the days shown in every episode, it's actually longer than the Korean War actually went.
Is it just my internet that's gone, or is it everyone?
Oh, no. Emily.
Oh, I mean, I could still hear her, although now she looks a bit frozen now.
Frozen.
She's doing a very good job of staying still.
Maybe her internet.
Yes, I think my internet. We're still kind of having a little bit of a storm in Perth, so
Jesus.
I think son might be watching TV as well. So
yeah. Hey, I'm far enough away from the microwave now; it will not interfere with the signal.
Look, I can't guarantee that I won't disappear at any second. Although I did turn the heater down to try and lower the chances.
You've done a lot better than last time so far. So
far it's been good.
So do we have a favourite pirate captain?
Oh, I really like the one from Stardust.
Yeah.
I think that's my favourite, even over Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, I would say Captain Amelia in Treasure Planet.
Okay.
I haven't seen her.
I reckon Kermit the Frog. Muppet Treasure Island. This is strange that he actually, for a kid's movie, displays genuine leadership qualities.
Yes, that was a good film. Yeah. I'd say I have a tie. I have Captain Bully Hayes from Nat and Hayes, and what would the other one be? Oh God, now I had it 2 seconds ago. Now I can't remember. Oh, John English from Pirates of Penzance. Live theatre, because John English was magnificent.
Is he still going?
Oh, I don't know. It's going again.
Oh, yeah, it was Lost Emily again.
He was singing live a couple of years back. Around
I saw him live mid-90s with Pirates of Penzance, I think, down here in Melbourne.
Yeah.
My damn internet keeps cutting out. Pirates of Penzance. That's the last I heard.
Yeah, we're still talking about it. Yeah,
just don't turn the TV off and tell the kid to go to sleep.
I know. Hey, off. It's almost his bedtime. I think they're actually playing Spyro, so they shouldn't be using the internet. I don't know. It's probably just my internet, to be honest. We're on some stupid Eastern States company here, and it's just,
Oh dear. No.
I heard somewhere that our internet, our fastest internet, is equal to the slowest internet in America.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'd believe it.
Yeah, that would make
sense.
Never
see them having issues on streams.
Well, our problem is the choke point, is that all of our internet has to go through the cables that go through the ocean. I mean, we've got a choke point. We can't do much about it. And if they actually had managed to get the NBN done in its original form, we still would have the choke point because they need more cables.
Yeah.
There was some company a while back trying to crowdsource the money to actually build a third cable put a third cable through. Oh my God. Maybe I just need more alcohol. That's probably my problem.
You're too sober.
Too sober, yeah. I speak 2 languages, English and bad English, and I'm better at the second one.
I speak English and gibberish, and I'm better at the second one.
When I'm writing my science fiction story, there's usually a lot of fucks involved.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few in mine too.
I could try and make a joke about, what language I speak, but you guys wouldn't be able to understand me.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I actually heard a joke the other day. It sounds like it's going to be a dirty joke, but it's not. A nun and a priest and a rabbit walk into a bar, and the barman says to the rabbit, "What are you doing here?" And the rabbit says, "Autocorrect."
That's a good one, actually. That's quite good, actually. I like it. Because we've all had that kind of autocorrect.
Yeah.
That's why people always don't understand why when I'm really angry, I'm ducking everywhere.
I really hate that. I hate that. I want an adulting mode on my autocorrect. Thank you very much. If I want to swear in a text message, let me fucking swear.
I think you mean let you ducking swear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can imagine I struggle with that a lot.
Or oh shut.
Oh shut.
Yeah.
I get shot. I get
I get
shot.
shot or shut. It just depends on the day.
Ducks are getting shot. They're shot ducks.
These ducking ducks are shotting everywhere. I suppose that's how you could swear without swearing around kids, though. Autocorrect might be onto something.
It's definitely helped me out a bit.
My child's going to know all the words, but he's also going to know when he's allowed to use them, because it's just modern society now. You just got to teach him. It's all in moderation.
I find it like I constantly get told off because I grew up in a port city, so I swear like a fucking sailor. And
construction family.
We're like a fucking pirate, actually.
True.
Yes.
But yeah, same construction family. My dad's a landscaper. He's, sports, everything. And I always get told off for swearing, and I'm always told to, keep it PG for the kids, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, but if they walk down the street, they're going to hear it anyway. They might as well hear it from someone they know and in the right context.
Yeah, and learn when not to use it. Learn
Exactly.
It's not acceptable to do it at school. But, okay, hit your toy hammer on your finger, it's perfectly okay to say, oh, shit.
There's this theory, right, that when they look at what words were absolutely forbidden to say 200 years ago, 300 years ago, that are now said regularly today without any support.
Ankle.
So what they're thinking, ankle, yeah. So what they're talking about is in 300 years, there's a very real possibility that primary school teachers will probably be like writing on the board and go, can anyone tell me what the fuck the hypotenuse is?
Probably.
I really do find the growth of language interesting. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have been saying fuck and shit and that regularly. Okay, as a teenager,
live on the internet.
Yeah, now it's just like, oh, that's just part of conversation, And but also too, it's just general. Like we used to, when I was at NMIT doing the professional writing and editing course, we used to have a teacher that we used to call the grammar Nazi, and just as a joke, because he just could not leave a semicolon or a comma in the wrong spot. He had to fix it. But he also used to go on and on about, like, if you wanted to distract him from class, if you were getting bored, you would actually just ask him about the origins of a particular word. But it's amazing how we start, like it starts here and it means this, and then by the time you get through 300-400 years down the track, it means this thing over here. It's very interesting. And yes, in 300-400 years, there might very well be very different meanings for the words we're using today.
Oh, well, already, you have the same words, like, I don't want us to get into too much trouble, but I mean, in Australia, wog refers to Europeans, but in Victorian England, it was a slur used for Indians or Anglo-Indians when they moved.
And
now
they were relatively acceptable to use. In fact, wasn't there a TV series where a couple of those particular racial descendants used to use it themselves? What was that called?
Acropolis Now? Acropolis Now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Greek.
And they were using it on themselves. I mean, I've got none of that blood in me. I wouldn't even dream of using that, even for a friend who thought it was perfectly acceptable. But they would just like throw it at each other. And when my dad was growing up,
I wonder if is that like
it's cultural reclaiming
thing? Yeah. Because I mean, in WA, anyone who's Italian, Greek, Portuguese, everyone's a wog, and we say it all the time.
No, we wouldn't touch it now. 20, 30 years ago, everyone would say it. 20, 30 years ago.
I mean, you hear it all the time in WA, I mean, I'm Italian, so, I call myself a wog all the time. But, I mean, it's just everyday language. But, I mean, I'm an Italian family, so.
Yeah. I have Italian family that would call themselves wogs, but I would never say it. And if I said it as a descriptor to them, then yes, they would probably go, no, you're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I wonder if that is like a different state thing, because in WA it's definitely not like.
Oh, come on. Don't you have potato scallops over there? The potato cakes.
No idea.
Australia? Oh, that's right, South Australia. Go across the border, go half an hour and about 30 years back in time.
Yes. As someone who has family in Port Lincoln, yes.
Yeah, no, I have some very dear friends that live in South Australia, and we give them lip about it all the time. Apparently, they just got to the city last year.
I used to live in South Australia when I was little, for about 3 or 4 years, I think. And yeah, it's a bit different. But I think the whole, I think it all has to do with reclaiming slurs as well, because you see that a lot in like the queer community as well. As like we've reclaimed words like queer and like fag and stuff like that. We can use them within our own community, but if someone outside that community uses them, it's still seen as, it's not to the point where like other people can use those.
It will happen. It will happen. Even
the community uses it, it's reclaiming, whereas when someone outside, it's still seen as a bit of a slur sort of thing.
Give it maybe another 10 odd years or something, and then yes, it'll just become a word. But there's a lot of words like that. A lot of words have been reappropriated, I guess is the word.
Reappropriated and reclaimed, and I think also it does have a lot to do with location as well, because I know for me and like a lot of people in like my area and sort of my general sphere of the queer community, the word queer is perfectly fine to use, whereas in other countries where it's been used a lot more as a slur and stuff, there's still generations of people who would get really offended even if other queer people referred to themselves as that. And I think that's an interesting debate that like has happened as well, because there's people who've been like, no, well, I'm perfectly allowed to use this because it's also been used as a slur against me, so I'm like, you can't take that away from me, like reclaiming it sort of thing. Whereas still people who would get offended by it, I think. It just depends where you are in the context with which your like that community is experienced with certain words, I guess.
It's like it's funny because I find the word queer to be not great. I personally don't like that. But I'm very much like get to the point. Like I identify as pan. So for someone to call me queer, I'm like, no, sorry, I'm not. I'm pansexual. Thank you very much. Like, sorry. Like, I just find it almost like a lazy term,
Pansexual
is know what the person is. It's sorry.
Pansexual is the attraction to the mind, isn't it?
Yes. Right? So you prefer, you're
personality over
intellectual attraction.
Yeah, personality.
Yes.
Which is that's cool.
Yeah.
But so that's what I would prefer to be labeled.
To be honest, though, it doesn't matter what relationship you're in. If you're not actually attracted to the person intellectually, that relationship's not going to last very long.
Oh God, yeah. No,
yeah, totally agree.
Absolutely.
You know, okay, there are people that have it as a higher thing that they must have satisfied. But in all the years I've, seen people get together, fall apart, relationships break down, all that sort of stuff, if you don't have some kind of intellectual interest with your partner, it's not going to happen.
There is a funny thing. These scientists did professors did an experiment where they got people together and they were talking about their partners or husbands, whatever. And I was saying, when you first met them, were you physically attracted to them? I'm like, no, I actually wasn't physically attracted to them. I get to know them and see their quirks and their personality comes out. What they are physically attracted to changes because of how they perceive the person.
Yeah.
I found it interesting. I've actually been looking deep into that about how the brain can rewire itself to suit certain tasks.
And, I met my husband through a mutual friend, and there was two things I hugely appreciated the first time we actually physically met. One, he looked like his Facebook profile picture. Big plus.
Big win.
Big plus. And two, when we met, and this was a good couple of hours into the conversation, he sort of was talking about himself, and he said, I'll probably never be able to afford a house, but I could always afford to build you one out of Lego. He wasn't wrong.
That's adorable.
I own at least 5 Lego sets that are houses because he bought them for me, including the haunted house, which I really have to rebuild.
I met my wife when I was out of the job. I had no job when I met my wife. And I got to know her and I said, there's heaps of people, like I was on a dating site, heaps of people on there that don't have a job. And they actively don't have a job because they just don't believe in working. That was a lot of them were like that. And I said, I'm not like that. I'm just in between jobs. I'm really actively looking to get a job. I made a promise to her that, I would be the sort of person that could provide for her. And she obviously believed me.
It's honesty.
And here we are.
And then like 2 weeks later, I got a job.
Yeah, it's honesty.
Definitely honesty. I agree.
Oh yeah.
Honestly,
I don't get what people think they gain by lying. Like, don't tell me you're into something I like just because you think it's going to get you brownie points. Like,
it's purely to get into bed.
About it.
100%. 100%. Because I know blokes that are like this. They will appeal to. How I was talking about how a physical perception can change if you get to know somebody. That's what they were hoping will happen. That they'll get to know somebody, appeal to their interests, and then have a mutual sexual attraction and get in bed with them, and then move on. And that's what they, manipulative.
A lot of those dating sites are just booty calls anyway.
Yeah.
They're not interested in a relationship. They just want a booty call.
That's right.
I have a bad habit of the only times I ever install Tinder, it's deliberately because I want to make fun of some fuckboys. And I've had some hilarious conversations on there where I just annoy people until they block me. It's happened multiple times. And I'm just taking screenshots of the entire conversation to just laugh over it later. And it's probably not the nicest thing to do to people. But there's the ones that use the really bad pickup lines, and you can tell they're just a bit of an asshole. And it's just make fun of them so much.
So I don't know where guys think pickup, or anyone thinks pickup lines just magically work.
I'm just going to say goodnight to Aiden. I'll be back in a second.
Nice.
And particularly when they use something like so cheesy, when like, so I've had photos on there where like I got the pickup line of like, "Hey, Miss Pretty Eyes, how you doing?" And I was like, you can't see my eyes very well in these photos that I've provided. Like, yes, they are, thank you, but there's no way you could know that.
It's like, let's just imagine if every profile picture was like, I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Danny with the props.
If it was just like, and then I got a message, "Hey, pretty eyes."
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and it's really
I guess
funny.
though, in a way though, it is sort of a symptom of the society as a whole, where people actually think those pickup lines work. Where are they seeing them? Are just bad TV shows? Movies? Let's go back to movies. Bad movies?
Because some blokes think that if they say something extremely profound that compliments a person, that he's going to sweep them off their feet and they're going to have no choice but to be attracted to them.
The funny thing is that they genuinely think it's the first time you've heard something like that. And you're just like, no, you're the 10th person.
But it's like on Instagram, like that Predator. Well, not that one, but I've also got, "Hey, handsome," and I just send back, "You got the wrong profile."
I always see cam girls. I get all those like Russian cam girls and stuff that are trying to like.
I get those.
I'm like,
I'm pretty sure algorithms.
I haven't got them for a long time. I got them when I first got on Instagram years ago, and I blocked them as they came through. And I have not got any of those spammy ones for a very long time.
I guess
there's something wrong.
I think it's how active you are on there. But I also have 3 accounts, so I get them on all 3 accounts.
I'm pretty sure spam algorithms think I'm a straight white man. just judging by the bots that are sending me stuff, I'm just like,
hey, dude,
you're a bit off.
No, they just send that stuff to everybody.
Yeah. That's quite funny though. I think I got an email one a few months ago, and I think I put it on Instagram stories. It was like some person pretending to be a Russian woman called Gerda asking to meet up, and I was just like, what should we do with this? Should I reply just to mess with them for a bit? And everyone was like, no, leave it alone.
But what if Gerda's on the other side going, "This woman does not get back to me"?
Yeah.
I was really interested in meeting up.
It's really beautiful.
I'm pretty sure I got like 2 emails from the same person actually, being like, did you get my email?
Hey,
like,
you know what's really funny is on YouTube when you get the bots, and there was one there that was called Ryan, and another one there that was called Mitch, and it's both a guy like this. And Ryan commented and Mitch commented, and they got the exact same profile picture. I'm like, these dudes are like identical.
Or there's like, I can't remember which chat it was, but it was someone's live stream, and it might have been Jenna Moressi's actually. It was a live stream she did a couple weeks ago, and there were like 4 bots in the chat that were just sending like different profiles, different profile names, photos, everything, but they just kept sending the same message over and over and over, and it was like, oh my God, calm down.
There was a heap of bots in one of Kate Cavanaugh's streams about a month or 2 ago, and what they were doing was they were copying the messages from the chat. And because there were so many people in the chat, you might not have noticed that they were just copying other people's messages until everyone started talking about the bots, and one of the bots copied my message being like, "I'm just here killing bots." and then everyone was like, wait, why was that bot talking about killing bots?
Not a very smart bot.
What do they get from it though? Do they get like brownie points and engagement on the YouTube algorithm or something. What are they? I don't understand the bots. I
think it's just for shits and giggles. Like,
I love the comments. The comments are the best. Like on Katie Wilson's channel, a bot put there, "Love your content, dude. Keep it up."
I got one.
Much amazing, excellent, wow.
I want to be friend.
There's so many like wanna be YouTube friends. I got one and it's still on my account, like because it got put in the spam folder comment, and it just says very big boob .online.
Legit. I don't see the issue.
I remember seeing it and just cracked up laughing, and I was just like, how observant of you.
What about the one that put like a timestamp in?
Yeah.
Of you just like, just nothing special whatsoever.
There was one.
The ones I really hate, the ones I absolutely hate is I'm the secretary for a not-for-profit, and we have a Facebook page. And the problem is with Facebook pages, you have to respond. Because if you don't respond, it actually, like when you go onto a Facebook page, it actually says this person responds or this person is slow to respond or whatever. So you have to respond, even if you know it's a bot. Oh, I can't stand those ones.
Can you just block them?
I have no idea. I should know.
Or like report the account maybe?
I think so. I think you can report them and that. But usually what I just do is I just respond with a, we don't do that. We're actually not a shop. Because we're a not-for-profit in the Lego community. What we do is we actually run a Lego event. And so I'll get random people just saying, oh, where's your shop? I want to go buy something for my son. No, we're not a shop. We don't sell Lego.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bots are weird.
Oh,
yeah.
I just don't get them. I just don't even get how people even think it's funny. I mean, it's just like, guys.
Even just trolls. Like, I don't understand. What are you getting from this?
Like, you click on you go to their like profile on YouTube, and they don't have any videos up, but they got like a playlist of 25 Fortnite videos or something like that.
Yeah, they've just got weird shit on there.
Real weird. Oh, bots, but they crack us up.
I've had some hilarious like bot things. I couldn't resist like responding to one of them on one of my videos. It was like, can we be friends? And I was like, sure, but it didn't have a name listed. And I was like, sure, but I don't even know your name.
How can we be friends?
Yeah.
I always try and put something really funny there. So if anyone clicks on my reply, they can see me replying a really silly reply to this bot. Because I think the last one I got was on, pretty sure it was on the premiere for Social Media Dangers. Before it was like 2 days before. 2 days before it was even coming out. And a guy goes, excellent content. Want to be friends? And I've replied,
I want to be friends.
No. No. I said something like, no, you dirty monkey chicken foot-faced bastard or something like that. You know, just as random as I could get it.
I remember, I think you responded to that, and then I responded to your comment saying, like, mimicking the bot, but better.
I'm botting, but better at it. That's why sometimes you guys, I'll just comment on your video, just a typical bot-style response like, excellent content, need more.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure, was it on yours, Charlotte? I put content. You deserve more content.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I said that on the bot thing, something similar. Where it was like content algorithm boost content friends.
Maybe I should comment on one of yours, something like click here for large beards.
Oh, that'd be magnificent. I want to see that, Danny. I want to see that somewhere, please.
BigHairyBeards.com.
I should create a profile. It's just a picture of my beard, and then just sneak in. You'll know it's me.
What was the old ad?
Commentary channel where it's just your videos zoomed in on the beard's opinion.
Was it the where they did the photos with the mouths up, so talking upside down? Was that like the old?
The world's greatest shave. Yeah.
Yes.
That's such a niche ad. Isn't the world's greatest shave worldwide, or is it just an Australian thing? I'm pretty sure it's an Australian
I think it's worldwide.
It is.
Or it might be. I don't know. Actually.
Oh, come on, we live in Australia. To us, the world is Australia because we, surrounded by water.
Yeah.
Oh, we're girt.
We're girt by sea.
Australians are the only people who know what girt means. And everyone else in the rest of the world is like, what the fuck?
Make a word up.
What is that?
I love a sunburned country, a land of sweeping plains, her beauty and her terror, this wide brown land for me.
You know what? Talking about bots and scammers, one thing I do find that's funny about Instagram is you get the messages. Sometimes the messages are reasonable, like, hey there, how are you? And you're like, this person looks interesting. I wonder if they're a writer. And you click on their profile, 100 photos of women bent over with their boobs squished together. But the person that messaged me has a profile picture. She's clearly a Caucasian person. And there's 5 Asian people in this photos. So it's like, yeah, you're a scammer.
Yeah. It's like the people don't get these people. They create a Facebook profile for them, that they copy someone's Facebook profile, they copy their pictures, and they pretend that they're them, and then they send you friend requests, and you're like, but I'm already friends with my mother-in-law. Why would I want to friend her again? What are they trying to do? I just don't. I don't get it. I don't.
Or you could be like me and be copied, literally copied on YouTube.
That was so funny.
That was hilarious.
I don't. Yeah. That was so. I didn't know
that was all done to get a $10 voucher from a competition. Someone was just posing as me to get a $10 Amazon gift card.
The thing that I found hilarious was that they'd screenshotted the amount of views, and then underneath it you could see the actual amount of views. Yeah,
and the channel creation date.
Yeah.
Created this, and then below that is an actual date. All it was to do is it had to be just enough to look like me, and then to trick poor Joey into giving up the voucher. Crazy.
My friend actually got impersonated, and he got a random message from some girl in the US, I think it was, being like, hi, I think someone's using your pictures to scam, and sent him the link to this profile that was using him and his name. And just some random person pretending to be him, and then because he'd been talking to this fake account, twigged that it was a fake account and did a reverse image search, and then found Stephen's account, and she just messaged him and was like, I think someone's stealing your photos. And so Stephen sent to the fake profile a friend request on Facebook and was like, hi Stephen, how are you?
Good way to solve that problem.
Yeah, it was quite funny.
I've got to hop off shortly, but I was going to ask you guys a question. How would you guys feel about, I had this idea for a video about, you know how you watch, you go on YouTube, there's a lot of inspirational videos. And it's for example, it's The Rock. And he's talking about how he was in a bad place. And as he's talking, the music is really, really inspiring music, that sort of thing. I was thinking of doing one of those for writers, but I was going to say a whole lot and really say nothing. It's just going to be random. And absolutely.
Just the subtitle is how to write an inspirational video.
And then just talk shit.
That's what I'm waiting for.
But it was going to be something
yes!
Stand up, take a look around, breathe in the air. You are alive. You have this moment. Just take steps forward. Don't look backward. You can say all that stuff and it sounds good, but it doesn't help.
Do it.
Just do it.
Just
there,
do it.
Waiting for you. No one is going to give you permission. Do it.
We also need a Mark Lawson parody too. Do you guys get that ad?
I get the Neil Gaiman masterclass ad, and I pretty much know
masterclass ads.
The Mark Lawson is a subscription, email subscription ad. Please send us your email, and we'll do all the work for you.
I've been getting like really dodgy, like crappy looking. Are you self-publishing? These authors make this much public, and it looks like it's made on like MS PowerPoint or something. Like it's really.
Yeah,
I get that all the time.
The best ones that I love are the ones that go, "Hey guys, welcome to my backyard. Look, I just want to take a moment of your time to talk about how it's really easy in these current times to start your own online business working from home. I've done it.
Stay right there. See this beautiful beach behind me? You too can be here as well." Oh my God.
Hey guys, just here in my garage. That guy.
And all this. You see all these people talking about these online businesses, and they're not for Australia. You need mine because mine's for Australia.
But what gets me right is there's this woman that came on and she goes, "I'm a truck driver from Melbourne, and I work 9 till 5. I'm like everybody else, and I woke up one morning and just asked myself, is this it? Is this the extent of my life? I don't have to do this." And then she's talking about how she got this free course that's opened her eyes. And she's like, "I'm now in control of my future. I can work from behind a laptop at home and make enough money to support myself." And I was in the car when this woman was saying this, and I had my 4-year-old son in the back. I don't care if he's 4 years old. I turned around and said, "Son, you can't build houses from behind a laptop." Remember that.
Yeah.
So they're talking about how like everyone's in this like mindset that they've got to go work for somebody else.
Yeah,
and it's like
it's a service industry. It's actually quite interesting. It's quite interesting because I've been in the creative community for like handmade creative community for a long time. I used to make and sell jewelry on Etsy, and all of the sales and business art, all these sales ones and that they tout, they're all for service industries. So it's all for creating a PDF on how to, I don't know, plant a vegetable patch or something, and selling that one piece to thousands and thousands of people. When from the artistic community, the handmade people, we're like, well, hang on a minute, I've got to make every individual piece. I can't scale like these people. And but the scams, oh my God, that one secret, I can give you my one secret.
But the thing is, right,
thing as secrets in business, it's just hard work.
This is the scary thing, right? If I make an outlandish proclamation and charge next to nothing for it, so if I say, "Are you lonely? Are you looking for the love of your life but having no luck? Then come to me, because I've introduced a 27-step program to find the perfect person for you. I guarantee you will see great results." And then they charge $20 for this. So it doesn't cost much. 100,000 people get sucked into this, and it doesn't work. They just think that's just $20. So that's a lot of money.
That's $2 million or something like that, isn't it?
That's $2 million.
I love there's our new business strategy.
But the thing is, all they have to do is say
you pay $2. $2 is short change. I mean, you're not going to chase $2 on a crappy piece of thing that you don't believe in.
Yeah. So that's the strategy. Make multiple little weird scams like that. Charge $1 each for them. You make 20. You've got and you get 100,000 people in each one. You've got $2 million, and your retirement is solved.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing is, right, if you put the onus onto the person. So if you say it's up to you, I'm going to guide you on how you can make this change. And then when it doesn't work, you just say, "Oh, you didn't follow the steps. You didn't implement the steps properly."
Yep. I would find it actually hilarious.
Consulting the Oracle.
I would find it hilarious if someone actually made.
He'd found the perfect TV mix on Marvin's Hour of Power, the show that put fun back into fundamentalist. 4 3-minute songs from the LP, 20 minutes of Hellfire, 5 minutes of Healing People. The remaining 23 minutes was spent alternately cajoling, pleading, threatening, begging, and occasionally simply asking for money. In the early days, he had actually brought people into the studio to heal, but had found that too complicated. So these days, he simply proclaimed the visions vouchsafed to him of viewers all across America getting magically cured as they watched. This was much simpler. He no longer needed to hire actors, and there was no way anyone could check on his success rate.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some good wit in that book, eh?
There's so much great stuff in that.
As I think I said last week, I don't think there's a bad sentence in this entire book.
No, I don't think there is. I've given my copy to Dad to read now, and he's almost finished it already.
But I mean, this was what, first published in 95?
Something like that, yeah. It was the 90s, I think.
It's so funny that it was so long ago, but so much of it is still so relevant now.
So
yeah.
30
so
years
even
ago.
Wow.
And it's still relevant today in some ways. I mean, it's dated in others, but.
But there was only I could only find maybe 1 or 2 sentences in the whole book that hadn't aged as well as the rest of it.
Yeah.
Even them, I was like, oh, yeah, 90, that would have been considered fine. Yeah.
I think that's the biggest struggle with writing would be to write it so that in the future nothing could be, I guess, not taken out of context, but you want it to be timeless, but you also
you
have to make it relevant now.
You want to see something aged? Sit down and watch Escape from New York one day.
Ugh, no thanks.
I haven't seen that.
Any old movie and stuff like that, they're so.
It's a sci-fi. No, it's as a sci-fi. It's because it's set in 98. No, Escape from LA is 98. It's 92 or something. I can't remember when it's set, but it's when it was made, it was the future. And, you just sit there looking at it now going, oh, my God, they don't even have mobiles.
And
it's just...
That can be an interesting choice as well, if it's sci-fi. Has anyone seen Umbrella Academy?
Yes.
No.
Because that came out last year, I think, or the year before, and it's set in 2019, a sci-fi, a future version of 2019 or something. But there's no mobile phone in the series, and I think that's a deliberate thing. Yeah, because when you see
technology, it dates very easily. That's actually a trick. I was when I was doing script writing class, that's one thing they did actually say, is that if you make it so they can use the item, but it's not something that's obviously seen. If you watch the Jack Ryan film Patriot Games. I mean, he's in the car pressing his car phone, and it's attached to the car, and you're like, oh, God, I haven't seen one of them for a long time. Now that's obviously sci-fi thing. That's just a general drama, but it still has date to the film. I mean, if you took out that technology, that's still a good film.
I think I meant more kind of more social issues and social commentary and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Watching older movies where, so many things are sexist or, politically incorrect and all that kind of stuff, which as someone who grew up on 80s movies and 70s movies and stuff, I can overlook that. I'm used to it. But
it's all about the hair in the 80s. It really was all about the hair.
Yeah.
But younger generations, my younger siblings are watching movies like that would be like, you can't say that. You can't do that. What are they doing? And it's things like that, I think, in media is, or any kind of, books, artwork, that kind of thing is so hard to keep relevant and keep, I don't know, just keep in general.
It's, it's things date. I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean,
I think
and the classics they teach today in TV, the classics they teach in school today, some of them you read and go, oh my God, this is misogynistic crap.
Yeah.
But they teach it because it's a classic.
Yes, really funny.
Well, that's like Shakespeare as well. Depending on how you use the script and how you read the script, it can be incredibly modern or it can be incredibly old. So if you take something like Taming of the Shrew, I've seen an excellent version of that did an entire like production where the entire show was based around the idea of domestic violence and domestic abuse. And it showed the way that they staged it showed Katerina leaving at the end, and was like in the scene where the husbands are calling the wives to come to them. She doesn't come because the other two wives don't come because they're helping her pack her suitcase, and then when he calls her, she goes to not raise suspicion. And so it's like the way that they staged that entire show made it so powerful, and like I don't think they changed really any of the script. They maybe cut some bits to shorten it because it's Shakespeare and he did like to talk. And attention spans 400 years ago were a lot more accepting of longer pieces.
You also had a captive audience in like a enclosed space.
They had nowhere else to be honest.
Nothing else to do.
And you can take stuff like Taming of the Shrew. You can take things like The Merchant of Venice has really interesting commentaries, and characters dealing with racism and issues like that. And I think it's the way that he wrote was characters he just wrote characters that exist within humanity without trying to place an opinion onto the story, and that way anyone can read it however they want to, and you can see the struggles of these characters and relate to them 400 years later and still go, oh, that's a very retelling of a human story without it having any of the sort of baggage of the opinions of the era necessarily, because the opinions will be maybe through the characters, but they could be opinions that existed 400 years ago or existed like last week or today.
Wasn't 10 Things I Hate About You based on Taming of the Shrew?
Yeah, it is. It's the Taming of the Shrew retelling. And She's the Man is Night.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it's retold all the time. I'd say Shakespeare is probably, and The Lion King is a retelling of Hamlet.
Yeah.
And,
actually,
and the second one is Romeo and Juliet.
Yes. I thought the second Lion King was the Tom Stoppard, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead.
No fuck.
There's a big conspiracy theory behind The Lion King. When Disney brought out The Lion King, saying on stage, an entirely original idea. But in Japan, they had this white line.
Yeah, Kimber the White Line.
Kimber
the White Line. They actually do like a 1-to-1 comparison of shots from Kimber.
It's Kimber.
And it's just it's blatantly ripped off. The
Disney was in charge of the Western, what do you call it? The Western translation and stuff of Kimber the White Lion. Disney did all the translating and all the Western advertising and marketing and stuff for Kimber, and then they came out with The Lion King a few years later.
We'll just change the first letter of his name and no one will know, right?
Yeah,
that's not obvious at all.
Sounds a bit like a Sarah J. Maas thing.
Another thing I will say before I go is I was in Bunnings yesterday, and I was looking down the floor, and they got the crosses on the floor. People were. And I was thinking there's not a single post-apocalyptic movie with those on the floor.
Oh, really?
That's one thing they never thought of, eh?
Yeah, but it will be in future sci-fi.
It's going to be in every post-apocalyptic, movie from now on.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely going to be some changes with the post-apocalyptic themes, I think. But in saying that, though, we've had our great virus and no one's turned into zombies yet.
No.
It would have made it significantly more interesting year, don't you think? That
It would have made it much more interesting.
would have been more of a more pandemonium for the pandemic.
Yeah.
It's funny because
Take the
I
pandemonium.
watched a video on YouTube by a channel called Metaball Studios, I think it's called. They do comparisons of everything, and one of the comparisons they did was plagues and epidemics. Now we're thinking this is like in our lifetime, this is pretty bad. You know, the extent that this has got to the point where we're going to stay at our houses. This is nothing compared to the bubonic plague.
No, nothing at all.
32 million people, at least. It'd probably be more than that.
It was, and when you think about it, it's a much higher percentage of the world population because there was less humans around at the time.
That's right.
So if you look at it from a point of view, this virus has been scary, but it's nothing on several of the nasty ones that have been around. It's just, But it is funny though. What is it? There's some guy traditionally published. I can't remember the name of the book, but he actually wrote a book about like a pandemic, and it was due to be released this year. And it was literally released, I think, in like April.
Was he Chinese?
It's a lot. But it's just like he's been writing it for years. I mean, it's not like he just decided to write it and release it in a week. And it's all about a pandemic, which is quite interesting.
That happened with a book called Incendiary, I think it's called, which was about a terrorist bombing in London at a football match. Was the book was about, and the week it was about to be released, the London train bombings happened, I think. So they had to like cancel the press for the book.
The music theatre. Was it the one at the music theatre? Was it the one at the musical concert? Maybe I'm not sure, but there was a bombing, like a terrorist bombing, the week of the release. I think it was of the book because they also made a film version of it with Matthew McFadden and someone else. Based on the book. And I remember watching a bunch of interviews and stuff for it, and they were talking about like the week that it was meant to be released. I can't remember. I think it was the book release though, not the film release.
You reckon I should pick up my phone and make it look like I'm talking to Emily?
See, if I did that, you guys would all be seeing my ear. I'll
make it 2 phones. I got my phone and I got my baby monitor.
Nice. But yeah, it's crazy how you can like write these epic books and then suddenly it happens and you're just like, oh no.
But I mean that's sort of, but that to me that is actually the good aspect of writing, is that it's because if you are writing about characters and people and situation, there is the potential for it to actually happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, it's like if I was about to publish my current work in progress, and then suddenly we got like the entire environment collapsing, because that's the backdrop setting of like my main character's planet, is the entire like planet becomes uninhabitable and everyone leaves. And there's just a couple of stragglers left behind trying to survive in this apocalyptic wasteland that they've just left behind. The abandoned planet ready for redevelopment.
All right, guys, I'm going to bounce real quick. Thank you very much for having me on.
No worries.
Thank you for joining.
No worries. Now I've got to go pick out a new colour for my hair.
What were we meant to be talking about pirates?
Yeah, we were.
Yes. But if we're talking about works in progress, I am working on a pirate story. So
am I.
Mine is space smugglers, and I'm thinking they are kind of pirates, basically. Smugglers and pirates are pretty similar, really.
Yeah. The only difference I see between smugglers and pirates is pirates quite happily go and steal the products they then on-sell illegally. When smugglers are usually grabbing the products from one illegal person and selling them to someone else illegally.
Yeah, I think mine are definitely pirates then, because they're very much heisting them themselves. Heisting them, moving them somewhere else, and then selling them on. Yeah. Pirate smugglers.
So we're actually writing pirate books, because I'm writing about space pirates.
Space pirates, space smugglers, space pirates, and pirates. I also kind of really want to write an actual pirate thing now, because Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean. I
have an idea in my fantasy world. And I had this idea years ago. I'm sure it's been done since I had this idea. But the idea was actually to have a fantasy book based entirely on the ocean. And have pirates but actually have like the main characters being like a crew of a ship in effectively a sea-bound country, islands and stuff like the Mediterranean style place. And the idea's been sitting there ticking away for years. I will get to it eventually, but I'm sure it's been done before. But I would really like to get to that.
Mine's set in my same fantasy world. There's actually 2 that will be piratey, but it's set in the same world and stuff. I'm not going to tell times or anything, because then people will probably put 2 and 2 together.
No spoilers.
But yeah, it's
spoilers. Spoilers.
But there's like the one that's like Indiana Jonesy treasure hunty thing, and then there's another one that's like just brutal pirates. So
there's just something so much fun about writing pirates. What is it?
They're great.
It's just like the romanticism people have around it, because it really wasn't a very pretty profession.
Mine are definitely not going to be romanticized.
Yeah.
Mine are going to be very...
I just really like sailing ships.
It's the romanticism, I think. The pretty sailing ship and the living on your own rules, I think.
Yeah.
Which is funny because pirates really didn't.
No, they didn't.
No. They had a code.
A lot of them were just people that had no money and just had to find a way to survive.
Yeah. And then the second that they had enough money, they fucked off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Barbossa in movie number 4.
Well, exactly. He actually is the most realistic of all of them, besides the fact that he dies and comes back, because that's what a lot of them did. They became buccaneers for the English Navy.
Yeah.
Because the English Navy needed ships.
Yeah.
Needed them so badly.
Or a lot of them would go from piracy to privateers.
Yeah, privateers, and then and because the England gave a lot of them pardons because they just needed the ships to fight the Spanish, because they just did not have enough ships.
And then they had to deal with Spanish pirates as well.
So if you're wondering why I disappeared for a second, this just came off. Whoops. It's unscrewed itself from the bottom of the heater. I'm trying to screw it back on, but I can't.
Just don't burn your fingers.
Oh, it's not that hot. Like I've got it low so it doesn't overheat my phone. And it's touchable warmth. If you can hear music as well, that's Bridget Jones' Baby, I think.
I haven't seen that one.
It's on Channel 9 tonight. Mum's watching it in the living room.
I've been spoiled rotten. I can't watch TV. It's got too many ads in it now.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't deal with the ads either. Even Spotify ads annoy me. Because when I'm in the car, I can't skip them. And so I have to just mute it for like a minute and a half while the ads play, and I was like, argh.
Well, what was really annoying me was before we came on tonight, I went down the YouTube rabbit hole for video games, and I was trying to watch a it was just like a compilation of about 30 minutes of awesome cutscenes from the new Final Fantasy VII. And I swear every 5 seconds there was an ad. Seriously, I've never seen so many ads in
They're
YouTube.
getting so bad.
See, I have ad block on my laptop, which I feel bad as well because like there's a lot of AuthorTubers and stuff that I would like be happy to watch ads for, and I just forget to turn ad block off when I'm watching their videos.
I put a lot of them on. I put a lot of people on a watch later list, and then I'll put it on our, because I got my tower computer is actually on our TV. We use it as a media center, and I'll just let it play. So I'll watch like everybody's, even if I'm not 100% engaged with it, I'm watching every video all the way through. Because I just like to do that as a support thing. So it's but yeah, the ads, some of them. That's why I was asking about the Mark Lawson ad. See, my ad algorithm is really screwed because you know, I've got obviously the old jewelry business, and then that's got all like handmade creative stuff, and then there was, you know, the writing and all the weird searches I do. I mean, seriously, I did one search last week for Photoshop because I accidentally bought the wrong Photoshop from Officeworks, and I had to make sure they had it in stock before we took it down and actually replaced it. Yeah, you've got to be careful because the teacher and student edition is like this big at the bottom, you know. It was for some reason I'm like, oh, that's cheaper than I thought it was, you know, and off I went. But anyway, and for 2 days, all I've had is Photoshop ads, and I'm like, guys, I already own it.
I have that as well.
I hate that.
The last week or so, I can't remember what I looked up. I looked up something that I haven't like that was out of the ordinary, and then suddenly I'm getting spammed with ads for it, and I was like, no, go away. But I can't remember what it is now, so the ads obviously weren't that effective.
Although I must admit, though, I did see an ad on Instagram for an app. What's the app called? I actually downloaded it. It's free, but it's got in-app purchases. You just don't do that.
Yeah, that old chestnut.
Have you guys heard of Pixaloop?
No.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but it's just, I think that's just because they've named it Pixel something.
It's going to be hard to see. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It actually does the animations.
Oh, those. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So
I didn't know what it was called, but I've seen it a lot on the like fan art.
Yeah, and someone
that I follow.
Someone's doing it for book ads. What's her name?
Natalia Leigh.
Carrow Brown talks about that. She's friends with Carrow Brown.
Natalia Leigh, the Pistol Daisy books.
Yeah, yes, they did that one as well. There were probably a couple of people around doing it, but I've never seen that before, and I went, oh, cause I think it's because I have all the Photoshop ads. I'm getting those sorts of design ads at the moment. I'm like, I like that one. I'll download that, thank you. But it is a subscription service, that one, and
Sorry if I'm seeming very rude. My dad just sent me some work to just quickly try and do. He struggles with the company Instagram, so it falls to me to assist him. That's what that phone call was about. He's like, I can't get the damn profile picture to be this and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, I'll fix it.
I understand.
That just reminds me of a post.
We're a 24/7 society. We're a 24/7 society. We never not work now. Oh, and can you please not show everyone your starfish?
I swear cats have a competition within them, like with each other, for who can get their butthole on the internet the most.
Yeah,
because the amount of cats I see that just walk up when someone's live streaming or filming and just will show their butt to the camera.
Do you know what it is?
They'll just slide past and be like, oh, just got a subtle one in. That's an extra point for my tally, folks.
I actually think my cats think I'm going insane when I'm talking to particularly when I'm recording. Yes, okay, you can sit on my lap. Particularly when they're recording, when I'm recording, because I'm only talking to myself. At least here I have, feedback and talk back. And because I'll be sitting here like videoing myself, and my other cat Jojo will just come in going, "Mom, mom, 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 mom."
What
mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably is quite weird from a non-human perspective. Even from a human perspective, you get some odd looks. But, like, from a non-human perspective, they're probably going, it's official. They finally lost their mind. I need to do something about this. I better go stare at them.
It's like I was rocking the crazy cat lady.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
You okay? You okay? It turns out they're not actually trying to show their butt to the internet. They're just checking in.
Yeah, just checking in, making sure. Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah.
The screens don't talk to you.
I actually haven't quite gotten up to the point where I'll record when my husband's home yet. I haven't quite managed that one yet. It just feels so weird.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm like, if I'm going to do this, you need to be at the other end of the house with the door closed, please and thank you.
If I'm doing like
I'm putting it up for complete strangers to watch.
If I'm doing a sit-down video, I'm similar, but that's partly like I have filmed some of them with my housemate in the background, and she always like messes it up, and I end up leaving it in because it's funny. So there's a couple of videos where she's like in the background, like chipping in with like just basically making fun of me or something in jokes.
I'll never forget that chocolate.
Or throwing Easter eggs while I'm on a stream, yeah. That made everyone jump, including me, but it's still hilarious. But yeah, but if I'm vlogging, then that's different, because the vlogging is kind of just recording live. So if there's other people around, like, they're not gonna wait and like go away so that I can vlog. So I just have to get on with it. But sit down videos I do try and film when no one else is home, because it just makes it easier. And sometimes Brie will get home in the middle of it, and I'll just be like, well, great, this is going to take an extra 10 minutes to film now and edit. But it's fun. Get some funny lines out of it.
Yeah, I can't. I can't do it. I've even filmed a video with Dan now, and I'm still like, no. You need to go away, please.
I don't know what it is. I have filmed it when he's been home once, and he was actually asleep because he was on night shift, and so he was home, but he was passed out on the bed on the other side of the house, and I was still going, and I don't want to wake my husband up, so I'm going to talk really, really quick. It's like 4 doors between us. You know?
Yeah. No, I'm exactly the same. Like, no one can hear me speaking to myself.
It's a movie one, actually.
Yeah. It's such a weird. So it is a weird thing to do, though.
It is.
Yeah. We're such strange human beings. Oh man.
What's really gotten me though is, since all COVID's happened, is okay. This isn't my first YouTube channel. Don't bother looking for my last one because it's long gone. But I've been recording and putting myself out there very inarticulately for a while now. And then COVID happened and everyone's stuck at home. And people that would never have thought of doing something like this are suddenly doing lives and all sorts of weird things. You know, and you're just sitting there going, you're one of us now. You're one of us now.
You're one of us weirdos.
Yeah.
I obviously had my makeup channel that I haven't posted on in fuck knows how long.
We're more fun over here.
Sorry?
We're more fun over here.
It is a bit, yeah. But yeah, like you'd think I would be totally used to like filming videos and being in front of the camera and blah, 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 blah. But even still, like you never get used to it, honestly. And I think it would take years of like desensitization to even consider it normal to sit in front of a camera and just talk to yourself. Like, I still find it so hard to do. And just like the thought of like my neighbors being able to hear me or anything while I'm just chatting away to myself, I'm like, oh God, Like, there's no way they could hear me.
That happened to me in my first NaNoWriMo vlog for April. If you go back and watch that, I was sitting outside just talking, and I'm kind of the opposite, which is a bit weird, but then I've been doing performing arts and stuff since I was 6, so I think that had a bit to do with it. In that, for me, it was really, really not very long. Even like my first video, I was relatively comfortable, but like it didn't take me long to just be like, ha, I'm ridiculous, deal with it. And just sort of get over any sort of camera shyness. But if you watch that vlog, I'm sitting outside talking, and then at one point my neighbor who was mowing the lawn across the fence and couldn't see him, but they sneezed, and I just, without thinking, was just like, bless you, and just hear a confused response go, thank you. And then I realized after I'd filmed everything, I was like, wait, I was just sitting here talking to myself for the entire time. They were like 4 meters away. I could probably hear every single thing I said. And I was
like, wow, my neighbor is a lunatic.
And then they sneeze, and the random voice that's across the fence talking to themselves says, bless you. And they're just like, okay, they're certifiably mad. Oh, God. But yeah, I didn't even think about it till later, like, because normally that would be something that I'd think about if I can see or hear, or if I know other people are around. But I think I was just so, like, thinking about Nano, and I was like, everyone's happening, and Nano's happening, and I just didn't even think about it until later.
I know I've said this before, but I just love watching Nano vlogs for the slow descent into madness. It's the same with the Christmas vlogs, the vlogmases. Oh my God, yeah. You just they're all enthusiastic, and then this slow descent, and then by the end of it, it's like, I know I haven't posted anything for the last 3 days. I'm just really tired.
Have you by any chance watched my NaNoWriMo playlist from November last year? Because that's basically what happened.
No, I haven't watched that one. I think I will. I'll go back and watch it for you.
I've got it all compiled in a playlist, and it took like 2 days for the descent into madness to happen, because I started off bad and it just got progressively worse. I started off, first day of Nano, I did the AuthorTube newbie tag, filmed on day 2 of Nano, because on day 1 I got my dates mixed up and I thought it was starting the next day, and so day 1 I had work, and by the time I got home from work, I woke up, I was like, it's NaNoWriMo. Wrote 300 words on my phone while I was still in bed, and then went to work, came home exhausted, fell asleep, and didn't write anything. And then woke up on day 2, and I was already like over 1,000 words behind. And I hadn't filmed anything, and I was just like, oh, shit.
Look, I understand now. I've actually done Nano. I actually did it very early in the 2000s. A couple of years in a row, and I understand the community aspect to it. I understand the fun of it, the challenge, but I just think the toll on your mental state to try to do 50,000 words in a month is just it's not worth it.
It's a lot. I mean, that would be like what? How much would that have to be? Like a week? It would be like 15,000 words a week, right?
It's
1,667 a day.
15,000. Sorry, I meant 1,500.
Yeah. So it's just under 17,000 words a day that you have to write to get 15,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now my current draft of my novel. Bear in mind, the first 50,000 words I had already pretty much written, and I was just sort of rehashing them before I started through. Now, I've written most of that this month, but as I said, I had a good kickstart. Yes, I rewrote it, but it was I had a basis to rewrite from. But the whole premise of NaNoWriMo, I just feel, is quite mentally destructive for some people. I mean, some people love it. Some people think it's the best challenge. But if I had the option to write for an hour every day for a month, I would be all over it.
You can do that for camps usually, and like you still could this month. Pardon? You can't in normal Nano. Well, you can if you're like a Nano rebel. But yeah, so technically traditional NaNoWriMo, you're doing the 50,000 words, which is what everyone usually tries to do.
And look, when I did Nano, there was only Nano. There was never Camp. There was never any of the other stuff. It was just the Nano. That's how I discovered Scrivener, actually, was doing NaNoWriMo in like 2004 or something ridiculous like that. And I I won, so I got like the code to get it half price or whatever at the time. But I mean, it's just the mental toll. And then a lot of people are so burnt out, they don't write for another 2 months. And it's like, well, how can that be healthy?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened to me.
I just think there's got to be a way the community can encourage each other, but not burn ourselves out so bad.
Yeah. I'm tempted to try it this year. Yeah, personal balance, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm tempted to.
Don't get mad at yourself if you don't win. And I think that's
I'm definitely not. I'm not going to use the website. I don't think. I think I'm going to stay away from using the website and actually trying to like actively do it. But during the time of November, I am going to try and write as much of my novella turning into a novel as I possibly can.
Hey, look, my shorts become novellas, my novellas become novels, my novels become series.
Yeah, it's.
If you want to write a short story, you just got to aim to do like a flash fiction piece.
Yeah.
See, it wasn't meant to be a short story, but it was meant to be a novella or at least a short novel. Like going back to my friend Sarah J. Maas, like the end of her A Court of Thorns and Roses series, she came out with that pissy little book that had no plot to it. That's basically what I was trying to do.
Have you seen Carrow's drunk review of the Sarah J. Maas's book?
No. I watched her 50 Shades of Grey one.
Yeah.
I'll have to try and find that. I'm trying to find all the reviews of Crescent City that are just like tearing it apart. But
well, she sort of says in it she's never read any Sarah J. Maas's books. So she went into it cold, never reading her books before. And something like you were mentioning the other week about how it just felt like she rehashed all her stories. She didn't actually have that because she'd never read any of her stories. Yeah. So it's actually interesting to hear a different point of view.
Yeah. See, my friend who's read her other stories, she hasn't read them as recently as what I have. So she didn't get that feeling either, whereas I was like, kill me.
So this is my idea of flash fiction. It's 2 pages long.
Yes. That is definitely flash fiction.
I can't write short to save my life. That was meant to be flash fiction. Now, that was back in 2003. I mean, that's pretty old now, but I can't write short.
No, I can't. I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. I think anything I do is going to end up being a whole book. Like, I've tried to keep this novella thing as short as possible. I tried to do the whole outline to keep it short, but I kept coming up with ideas that I wanted to put in. There was only meant to be 1 main character. Now there's 3. And like, it just went on from there. Like, it was meant to be 1 character by themselves, and now one of their siblings has got involved, and now like this other person's come into it, and it's like, oh, fuck's sake. This was meant to be.
I actually found like, because I deliberately wrote a short story, and by short I mean 15,000 words, early this year, and I did it as a test thing. I plotted it for the first time. Yeah. I plotted every chapter and every scene and what I wanted it to do, and the only way to keep it at the 15,000 words was literally to cut out half of what I wanted to say in it. And it ended up reading very flat, very dead. The characters are just cardboard cutouts. So it's sitting in the drawers at the moment. I'm going to have to go back to it, and it's going to end up being a novella because it's just not. I don't have enough space, I think, is my problem. I need space to tell a story. So, but it'll happen. But yeah. Oh.
I'm trying to use Canva to do this thing for my dad, and it's just not.
Oh, Canva on the phone is hard. I don't like using Canva on the phone. Hey, actually, do you know how to access your own photos when Canva on the phone? I can never get to them.
They've changed it recently, by the looks of it. I haven't used it in a couple weeks.
I can never get to
upload.
I've never used Canva, so I've got no idea.
It looks like when you search the photos, you have to scroll along the top until it gets to uploads, and then you can.
We're just going to do a quick, Canva thing here.
Just a quick little Canva tutorial. I'm discovering it right now.
Canva interlude. Yeah, I haven't used Canva. I think I may have looked at it once or something. I don't know, but
I've been looking at Adobe. What the hell have I done there? The Adobe Spark to try instead. I like Canva, but the one thing that really shits me about Canva is you go, oh, that picture's perfect. I'm going to use that picture. Oh, I have to pay for it.
Yeah, I think I saw like all of the stuff was paid and it was just nope.
Yeah, I know why they do it, but just if I don't have the account, just don't show me everything. Just show me what I can have, and then say, would you like more pictures? Go to our pro version. Don't. Oh, just right. And they mix them up now because they used to just have all the free to begin with, and then they would have all the paid ones afterwards.
Yeah,
but now you have to search through to find the free ones, and it's just like, oh.
Yeah, Amazon Prime has started doing that as well. They released like a new thing, and it's pissing me off so much.
It's so annoying.
Just show me what's actually available with what I'm paying for. Because you'll like do a search and it'll pop up the movie that you're looking for, and you're just like, oh great, and then it's like $14.99. I was like, no.
Yeah, that happened to us the other day, and I was just like, why is this happening?
Yeah,
like right now, dude, this stupid.
No, I can't.
I was sitting in the office all day with him today, doing absolutely nothing. He couldn't have asked me today. It had to be at 8:30 at night.
Yeah, that reminded me. I have a Instagram draft I meant to post today, and I just forgot before we came on. Which, like, I did go straight from podcasting to this, basically. So,
yeah,
there wasn't a lot of time in between.
I was meant to have finished Sims video, but I'm currently still working on it right now.
So when I did the thing because I got the new Premiere now, the Adobe Premiere, I did the thing like, oh my God, I can just upload directly from here. And then I'm like, hang on, I actually wanted that to go live on Sunday. How do I get that? I don't. Oh, well, it's up now.
Oh, well.
TV issues.
Yeah. I haven't filmed anything since the Wordstock one, I think, and I haven't streamed. I don't think there's been a video on my channel since Wordstock, except for Wordstock went up after my last stream, I think, because I've been here every weekend and my internet can't handle hosting a stream. Like I'm amazed that it's handled actually not dropping out for this entire stream so far.
For 2
hours. Yeah.
I actually think mine just overheated last time.
I think it did overheat, and it's getting a bit warm now, I think. I might actually pop off soon and head to bed.
I just said my husband's just got home, so I'll be heading off soon too. But look, but going back to our actual subject, pirates.
Pirate. Arr.
Arr. Arr.
Pirate edition.
Oh dear.
There should be more pirate things, I feel like.
There really should. I'm just waiting for like the Meridian Maps series to come out so I can read it because I was like, oh, pirates. Yes.
That needs to hurry up and happen.
I think happen. But also, like, I'm not mad that it is taking a while because that means when it comes out, it will be even better. And like, I like the fact that she's waiting till she finishes the series to release it, because then she can go back through the first ones and add in foreshadowing and stuff for like book 4.
Yeah.
I want to do Project Space as well. Like, I don't plan to release any of those until the entire series is done. Whether or not.
Well, I take more of a Robert Jordan / Martin, style. It's like, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. If you leave it till you finish the whole series, I feel like you're just never gonna stop working on it. You're just constantly gonna be, I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. I think you're just where you just need to like come now.
You need to get to the fuck it point and then be like, fuck it, it's done. So I'm getting there with book 1. I just need to figure it out and leave it for a couple of months and then come back to it. And I think it's going to be like 2 separate series in the same universe. And then I've got a short story idea that may turn into a novella.
Or a novel.
Or a novel, yeah, which is like the short story idea. I have an idea for like a scene, but I don't like the ideas that I have around it aren't short fiction form. Yeah. They're more long form stuff.
That's what happened to me with my short story. The idea I had was too big. It was too big to tell in a short format. And that's where it's come with me. Now it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I can't figure out like how to make it into a short form thing, which is what I was like, if that was one scene within a bigger thing, that would work. And like I know where it fits in the universe overall. That's not the issue. It's more trying to figure out what is the structure of this story, if it's just this one scene, or if it's just this and then maybe 1 or 2 other scenes. Like it needs to either be properly big and go into all the details, or have a lot condensed into one thing. And I haven't got the lot condensed ideas at the moment. I've just got some things.
My problem is because I tend to be more of a discovery writer, and for me, my initial ideas come from usually character plus a problem. That leaves a lot of wriggle room for that problem to just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just doesn't end. So it's sort of like that, that's where I say, like, people that sort of go, they plot everything, and then I go, okay, that's good. I can understand where you're coming from, but I actually get my best ideas just writing it, and I'll come up with something at chapter 12 and go, oh, I like that. I'll when I go back and rewrite it, I'll add that bit in, sort of thing.
Yeah. But see, that's definitely what I've had with my novella, novelette, whatever the fuck it's going to be, is been like, because I've been sitting there and trying to outline it, like properly outline it, which I don't normally do. I've been like, okay, this can happen, then this can happen. Ooh, and then this can happen, and then this can happen. And it's like, shit, calm the fuck down. This is meant to be short. And it's just like, it's not happening. It's going to be a whole nother novel, and it's not meant to be, and it's going to stuff up all my plans.
Yeah, I definitely do that in outlining. But then I'll skip over massive chunks. Or maybe it's just that I'm trying to put too much into a chunk where it just needs to be skipped over, because I'm just like, well, what's happening in the in-between here? And I'm trying to fill in like all the details, and I think logically I need to just skim over that in like a time jump or montage or something. And that's where I keep getting stuck, is these moments where I should be skipping forward and not necessarily filling in all the details, and I'm trying to figure out what all the details are, and I'm just like, oh my god.
I think that might be an issue in my main project.
Yeah, I've been stuck in the middle bit that I didn't flesh out very much in my ideas for the entire month, basically. And like I figured out a bunch of stuff, and I figured out one bit, and now I've got to figure out how to get to the next point, which I still haven't fleshed out. And I'm up to the point in my novel where I know a few of the things that happen, and I did write a bunch of scenes that I've got in notebooks that I need to type up still, I think. But with how the first bit has then changed in the writing again, I think I got to change the ones that I wrote before I wrote the first bit again, and now it's just all over the place, and I don't know what's happening, and I'm just like, well, we'll figure it out. But
the middle is the worst. The middle is where I got stuck really bad as well. Like 4 months I got stuck in the middle.
I'm at 34,000 words, so I'm probably around at like the 40% mark, maybe 30 to 40% mark. I'm right in the middle bit, and I know I'm up to the messy bits where it's the backwards and forwards, because the scenes that I've just written, one of them is written on all this scrap paper because writing on the computer for some reason felt too permanent, even though I can change it. And writing on scrap paper, I was like, well, if it's shit, it's shit, and I can throw it out. But that scene is like another interrogation, because I like making my characters go through shit. And
so when I'm actually stuck, and the reason I've actually gone a bit old school is I'm actually stuck at the character's breaking point. My character's at their lowest ebb, and I'm just like, how do I explain this? How do I put it? I need words. And I know once I get this thing down, the rest of it's just going to go because it's the climax. I mean, I've got about 15,000 words to finish this first draft. And I really wanted to get it done before I went back to work on Monday. It's not going to happen. But it's hey, look, if I finish it before the 5th of this month, I've still written it within a month. A whole first draft in a month.
Pretty freaking great.
Easy.
I couldn't believe how productive I've been since I've been stood down and stuck at home, because I was just treating it when I would normally work. I was treating writing as my job to keep my brain going, and very good for my mental health, I must say. But it's like this one scene, and I want it, and I know it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to get it right.
That's been I've been working on my current main project for 3 hang on, let me make sure my maths is right here. 3 years. I was about to say 4 years. It's only 3 years.
Oh, it's a baby.
I've been working on it for 3 years, and I'm like, but for me, that is a long time, because I have the attention span of a fly. Like, it's ridiculous. So for me,
writing this,
3 years.
I had a whole other business making jewelry. Attention span of a fly.
But this is also the first thing I've
Would this be a
really
good time
written.
to mention the fact that I make theatre and lighting design stuff?
But this is like the first thing I've really written. Like, I spend so long concentrating on like trying to do like graphic design and get into art and, you know, that kind of thing. And then I was just working full time from the second I left high school. I was working full time from the age of 16. So I just never had anything. I had no hobbies, had nothing. And then it was when I had Aiden and was stuck at home that I was like, maybe I could give writing a go. And then that's when I started this. And then for 3 years, this has been all I've done, which is, for me, it's a pretty big deal, because honestly, I change what I want to do and what I'm interested in every 5 fucking seconds. So for me to really commit to something is a big deal. But like, working on this,
it's like you had 2 kids, not one.
Exactly. I have twins.
You've got twins.
Well, they're just as chaotic, so as each other.
I think lockdown has contributed a bit to me sticking with the project more loyally than I probably would have otherwise if there wasn't the complete impossibility of me doing any performing arts work at the moment, then I probably wouldn't have been writing as much, particularly for camp and everything. I think NaNoWriMo helps with that because it's a dedicated focus time towards writing. It's like, okay, I'm dedicating this month to that and I'll work my other stuff around it. Whereas otherwise I'd just be like, yeah, I'll do that when I get some free time, and then it never happens, sort of thing. But yeah, this is the first time dabbling in books and stuff. Like, I've written and been interested in storytelling as long as I can remember, just in different forms, and in like mainly in performing arts forms, in like theatre and stuff. And there's a lot of crossover in the things that I'm interested in that as well, that's sort of relevant to writing as well. But it's weird as well, because I have this weird disconnect with all these writers talking about like, I always dreamed to be a writer for my entire life, whatever. And I was like, I didn't. I wanted to be in movies with Johnny Depp.
See, that was me, but I wanted to be the makeup artist.
Yeah, at the same
I wanted
time,
to be Neil.
at the same time, I was like interested in the storytelling behind all of it, and like fascinated by behind the scenes of theatre and film and everything like that, and just the way, or everything that went on to create the story that we see either in the movie or on the stage. I was just like mind blown. And it's similar, I guess, to writing, because writing is like you getting to play God in the universe of your own creation. And
it's funny because I've never really put the two things together, but like movies for so long for me was my life. Like, I loved movies. All I would do on weekends was just sit in my room and binge a bunch of movies. And that was like my whole high school, was me either sitting in my room watching all of my DVDs and any movies I could get my hands on, or downstairs watching anime on the family computer till like 4 a.m. Like,
because we all did that at some point.
Exactly. Yeah. But like, I guess I never really thought about the fact that may have played into me wanting to start writing as well. Is just that, like, when Aiden was having a nap, I couldn't watch anything because I was scared that any loud noise was going to wake him up. So then I started writing. So I almost started writing my own entertainment, like kind of writing my own movie in my head almost.
Taylor's still with us.
Taylor's still with us. Hello. I'm going to grab a charger thing because otherwise my phone's going to die.
Yeah, look, I'm one of those people that when I was a kid, I wanted to write. That's all I wanted to do. And I was the kid in school that when they said, what are you going to be when you grow up? I'll say, I'm going to be a writer. And they go, oh, well, what would you like to do as your secure job, honey? And to put food on the table. And I did it. I was doing mainly arts and stuff, and I got given some very bad advice and ended up doing equine studies, horse breeding. I am a qualified stud manager for the thoroughbred industry.
That comes in handy.
Out in the back paddock, but
yeah, it comes in handy when you're writing about horses in fantasy, I must admit. But and I hated, like, I loved horses, but I hated doing that course. Absolutely hated it because it wasn't what I wanted to do. And it's taken me a long time. Now that was early 2000s. So it's taken me an extremely long time to come back to writing. And I did do a diploma in professional art writing and editing. I did start the degree.
What are we seeing right now?
Sorry, I got a Bluetooth speaker, and just that really picked that up very clearly from Charlotte then. And so I've effectively wanted to be a writer since I was very young, but it hasn't been that burning desire that I had to do, because let's face it, life gets in the way.
Definitely. And I think, I don't know, for me, I guess because I had such a bad experience through school with learning to read and writing. And I told you guys about my year 5 teacher that hated left-handers. So she just used to like pick on us for anything and everything that we were doing.
Do you know how many times I had my pen license removed because the teacher thought that I was actually right-handed, but I was writing with my left to gain attention?
I used to get in trouble for the ink smudging.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ink smudging, writing letters around the wrong way. I had to stay in for a whole lunchtime and recess and write out 5s in a whole notebook because I kept writing them the wrong way.
Mm.
And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm going to get it eventually, but like, this is not the way to do it. But
it's going to help me get it.
Exactly. Yeah. So she just like, I think that, and then she was quite mean to me about my reading. Like, I really struggled to learn how to read. I don't know why. I don't think I'm dyslexic or anything, but
no, I've never been tested, but I do know I have a form of dyslexia. My English teacher wanted me to go and do the test so that they could give me special consideration over year 12. But I never went and did it. I had a friend that went and killed himself in my year 12 year. So things sort of went a bit screwy anyway that year.
Yes.
But
yeah. So she used to like pick on me for not being able to read. And then I think all of that. And then I didn't do well in English comprehension. I just didn't understand what we were meant to be doing when we're reading about, someone wearing a blue dress. How does the blue dress signify that she's sad or whatever?
I don't think anyone actually understands that. I don't actually think anyone understands that in high school.
So this was in primary school that they were making us do this. And so I kept failing those. So I just thought, well, I can't write stories or anything because I don't understand how this works. And I can't read and I can't do this. And so I didn't write for so long because I was like, well, I'm too stupid to, clearly. And then I guess, I don't know, I just sitting at home doing nothing. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to write something because I've got nothing else to do. Typing on a keyboard's a lot quieter than watching a movie. But yeah, I think that was it. And I wonder how many people are affected by that and by teachers kind of, not being great, and how, they could have been doing something amazing, but this one teacher has like screwed them.
I had a careers advisor have me in such a state. I took all the classes I was doing in year 11 and doing quite well in, and I elected to keep myself down a year and changed everything from arts and performance to science and maths. And I actually stayed down a year by choice because this teacher put me in that kind of state. And no one could help me because those career things were private. So there was no one there to sort of pull them up and say, hey, why you're crushing this girl's dreams or anything. Yeah. And Taylor, honestly, just need to learn how to bullshit your way through that. It's a skill in itself. Yes, you do. But yeah, but it's when you're, dare I say, 17, 16 or whatever, and they tell you this is your life. What you choose in the next 2 years is going to affect everything you do. Honey, I did maths methods.
Calling bullshit on that.
I did physics, chemistry, biology, all year 12 level, got decent marks for all of them. I work at administration desks in a sales office.
Yep.
Yeah. I pack parcels for online orders, so I'm quite happy because all the humanities classes that I wanted to do for year 12.
Yeah. I mean, I can't talk because I'm also not doing any of the art shit that I did, but I feel like there shouldn't be that pressure on teenagers to figure out in that moment what they're going to do. I have so many friends that went into university thinking they're going to do one thing, and then 6 years later they're still at university trying to figure out what they want to do. you know, and you just don't know sometimes. Like,
I know
to
people
put
that
that
never
pressure
left
on
university
people.
kept changing what they wanted to do. So they just kept did a couple of years of one and then another couple of years of something else, another couple of years.
Yep.
They just couldn't decide what they actually wanted.
Yeah. My sister-in-law actually reached the hex limit because of how many times she'd been at uni and started courses and did not finish them. And, yeah.
Right.
There is a whole degree and a master's degree in there as well. But
that was
she'd done other things as well that had added it up. But that's a decent chunk of money that she's going to pay back now. But it just shows, like, you know, she's 30 now, and she's just finished her master's and been working in her profession for a year. You know, you have so much time between high school and like 30 to figure out what you want to do and to study it. Like, unless you know you want to be a doctor, then you got to get on that shit early. But like, even then, I have friends that have studied all kinds of science, all kinds of other science fields and, you know, all that kind of stuff that are now changing into a medical degree, or that are now changing into neuroscience and audiology and all that kind of stuff. Like, you're going to get to a point where, you studied this thing for so long and you've enjoyed it, but now you just want to do something different.
I've done that exactly. I did my honours degree focusing on lighting design, and now I'm just like, I'm looking at going back and doing a PhD, but it has nothing to do with lighting design, because I've done that now, and I'm like, I can design light, and I still find light beautiful and fascinating, and I could talk about it and nerd out about it for a while, but I don't want to spend another 3 years interrogating the idea of what this lamp in this direction means for the emotional significance of the performance. I want to talk about like identity and performance and something like that, and storytelling and something else that I'm interested in, because there's so many different areas of performance that I'm fascinated by, that like to limit it to just focusing on one thing for eternity would be boring as hell.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And there's
you don't anyway in this day and age.
Bored by the topic.
I think it bugs me so much because I think it was honestly the school that I went to was just shit. They had no support for students that weren't doing well academically or athletically. So if you weren't doing athletics or doing well academically, you were pretty much just a random pleb leeching off the school, in their opinion. So there was just no support for students that, you know, really needed it. So, I think I just went to a shit school and I'm bitter about it, and will probably never not be bitter.
Well, guys, I think we can. I think I can call it. I think I have officially lost that version of my notes that had the original drawing of my spaceship in it.
Oh,
I've been looking this entire time. So 2.5 hours of going through old files.
Oh, you need to find it again or draw it again.
I found a knitting needle. I found a knitting needle the other day and I couldn't find the pair. I just found the pair with the knitting on it. Now I don't know where the one that I found the other day is. So I've just got the one with the knitting on it, and I don't know where the other one is.
I've almost finished the garden of my palace.
Nice.
Taylor says, I found myself an academic niche and was going to do PhD, but now I'm getting sick of it. Don't want to do that. Just one thing forever. Yeah. It's actually interesting because I don't know where you are in the world, Taylor, but there's a lovely lady who lives in Queensland called Jess Van Den, and she does the Create and Thrive podcast. She's found it, and she started in was it scientific research? That was her original sort of course. And she went and she realized she was going to have to be so niched and so focused on one thing for her entire life. She ended up becoming a teacher, and then she's gone from there to become a jewelry maker who makes a living selling jewelry. And now she has a Create and Thrive podcast, which is where she talks about creating business in the handmade community. But it's just you're in South Africa.
South Africa.
Ah, interesting.
Nice.
It's so crazy to hear stories like that.
It is. It's amazing. Like her podcast is amazing. I learned a lot from her over the years. I've followed her for a very long time, but it's just amazing. Like you start in one thing, and you think you're going to, and they tell you when you're 16 years old, this is going to be what you do for your entire life. And it's like, it's not. I mean, my first job was a kitchen attendant at the MCG. I've been a manager for a sale. I've been a manager in a DVD shop. I've been a consultant that's used to sell curtains and blinds. I mean, none of these things are related.
My dad has started and left and restarted and left, 4 or 5 of his own businesses. Like it just, he starts them down from nothing and then just, I'm done with this, and then we'll just go and do something else. Like you never know what you want to do, and you're never going to know ever. I don't think anyone will ever be fully content in something that they're doing. It's like an author. You could be happy being an author, but you're never going to just be a fantasy author, or you're never just going to be a romance author, And if you are, then you're a lunatic.
Well, look, some people can. But the beauty of being a writer and an author, and it's both of them, because you can write for fun and you can write with intent to publish, which is where I distinguish between the two. But as a writer, you can be a jack of all trades. You can go, I want my main character to be a biologist, and go and research everything about biology. And then your next book, you can go, I want my main character to be a geneticist. I want them to know all about genealogy, or I want them to be obsessed with this hobby. So you can go and you can learn so much as a writer, and that's what I think why I like it so much, because I do like to say I'm a jack of all trades but a master of none, because I am a fountain of useless knowledge. I really am at times, and we won't go there. Many stories about that, but you can do that. You can do that career jumping without actually career jumping.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's what appealed to me about acting as well, as everything else that I thought I'd wanted to do, I'd eventually gotten bored with, except for performing. And that was because there's enough variety about it. And you do these short-term projects that will last a couple of months, and it's enough time to do a full deep dive into that topic and explore it and delve into it as much as you want to. And then you finish, and then you move on to something else, and you focus on that and deep dive into that. And it's a constantly evolving, constantly changing field. And it was just endlessly fascinating, because there's always something new to explore. Like, you can do a performance about anything, really. I think, but at the same time, I think going back to like the pressure on like teenagers and stuff, I think particularly for something like Hollywood actors and stuff, there's an enormous amount of pressure, particularly on women and stuff, to be in the industry from a really young age to establish a career. And you do see all the stories, like Alan Rickman started acting when he was 30 or something and had an amazing career, but he's a man. And I don't know of any examples of women doing that off the top of my head, none that are prevalent enough to be like widely known anyway. I think maybe Jessica Chastain started a little later than some people, is maybe one I can think of, but that's that's scraping. But she's not that old.
Because a lot of women tend to start in TV and work their way up, whereas men will get leading male roles pretty much straight out. Yeah. Whatever that thing.
And that's a whole other issue of society that we could deep dive in for a long time.
That's for the next chaos stream.
Yes.
Rant about how lucky men are and all different things.
Or just invite Daddy along.
Just make him feel terrible.
I do have to say, I do feel kind of lucky right now because I have literally just found my old Baldur's Gate game saves. I thought I'd lost them.
Oh, there you go. There's a bonus to your digging.
Silver lining.
Oh, God. I have so much crap on this hard drive. I really do. I've got the entire series of collections of writing excuses.
Oh, wow. I just listened to all of that on like the podcast app that has them all on there archived.
Yeah, see, I couldn't get them off the archive, so I couldn't get them on the one I listened to. So my husband's downloaded them for me at one point.
I've got them on, I think it's called Podcast Player. It's like an Android app, and it's got the archive of seasons 1 to 6, I think. And then it's got the current season that's going. Or the current seasons.
I'm so behind on podcasts and stuff.
I'm so behind since I've been home. I'm going to be catching up over a few weeks.
I discovered writing excuses maybe like August or September last year, and I'm just finishing season 6. So I've just gotten through the archive of the first 6 seasons. But even half of them, if I get a specific topic that I want to listen to something about, I'll have to re-listen to them because I put them on before I'm going to bed, and I realized I was falling asleep before the end around 3 seasons in, or 3 or 4 seasons in, when I was listening to some at daytime, and I realized they sign off with the tagline, "You're out of excuses, now go write," and I'd never heard them say that before. Because every time I'd been asleep.
I started listening to them, I think their first season.
See, I'm so behind the podcast. I didn't know they existed until like a year ago.
Yeah, no, I stopped listening to them for years, and I've gone back to them because obviously when I wasn't writing, I wasn't listening to them. But I actually got the opportunity to meet Howard. He was down here for Worldcon. That was 2006 or 2008, and I actually bought the box set of the slot mercenaries that he had out at the time, and he signed and drew in every one of them.
Oh, nice.
Guess what? I don't have anymore.
That box set.
Oh, no.
Because I stopped writing, I sort of got rid of a lot of stuff, and it went to a friend that really loved the series, and I thought, well, but no, but he's lovely. He's lovely, but all three.
They do a what is it called? Like a writing excuses boot camp or something, but it's basically a cruise. And I've seen that. Went on the website, and they have a Patreon now, which is how they support the podcast. Because I'm still in the archives where it's still sponsored by Audible, and you still get the Audible stuff in the middle. And I haven't gotten to the
laugh so much.
Yeah, so I haven't gotten to the new ones that are brought to you by like their Patreon, I think.
Yeah, when the Patreon came about, I think about season 8, I think. But it just makes me laugh because they'd be going on about the thing and then go, and we're going to talk about this book now. We're on Audible.
I did like how they made it relevant every week to whatever they were talking about, though, and they did their best within the bounds of like sponsorship deals and whatever to make it like actually really fit the topic. But there's a tier on their Patreon which is the scholarship funding thing or whatever, and basically they do a scholarship for this workshop cruise thing that they do, so you can buy basically like a cruise, like a cruise to Hawaii or the Caribbean or something, and they do like these writing workshops on the cruise, and they do they have a scholarship for like underprivileged emerging writers or something. So you can apply for the scholarship if you can't afford to pay like the $2,000 to go on this writing retreat cruise.
Yes, please.
That they will fund 1 or 2 people, I think, for every time they do it. Like I don't know what would be happening with it now because of like the whole COVID thing and cruises being a little less popular at the moment.
Yeah, cruises are a bit on the nose at the moment.
They're a bit on the nose, yeah. But the whole idea, I was like, that's the only time I've ever actually wanted to go on a cruise specifically. I was like, I like the idea, kind of, I guess.
But I'm sorry, no. My husband is
I'd rather be on a pirate ship, really.
Rather than a pirate ship. My husband is a huge Titanic fan. He loves the Titanic, the ship, not the movie, the ship. And when they announced that they were going to build the Titanic too, my comment to my husband was, you can buy a ticket for the second cruise.
That's fair.
Because
that's a fair
I watched that Doctor Who episode. Thank you very much.
The Doctor Who episode, when they say, they're like, why did you name it the Titanic? I'm like, oh, it's the most famous ship in Earth's history. It's like, did they tell you why it's famous?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I was obsessed with the Titanic for a long time. Because me being the morbid me that I am, it sunk on the 15th of April. Yep. No, 12th of April? 15th. It was struck by the iceberg on the 12th and then sunk on the 15th. And my birthday is the 13th. So I was like, Titanic's totally my shit. So I researched like everything about it. And then I watched a lot of like World War II documentaries and stuff and World War I documentaries and everything. And all of the Titanic's sister ships were involved in like all of the wars. So it was very, very interesting. Yeah. I think there's only one left, possibly.
No, she's sunk. They sunk.
All of them?
I think so.
I thought there was one left, but yeah, the Britannia sunk.
She sunk in the war, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if my husband was still up, I think he's gone and crashed out. He'll be able to tell us the whole history. We would be here forever.
Yeah, I watched it because was it, I think when on the anniversary of the Titanic, there was Discovery Channel or History Channel did a whole thing about, the whole week of like Titanic and then all like her sister ships and stuff as well. And I remember I watched that whole thing because my birthday is always around the Easter long weekend. So I'd always just sit there and just binge it.
We went on like a school excursion when I was in primary school and watched like in IMAX, like this documentary on the Titanic where they had the robots and like submarines going down to the wreckage and they sent these little robot things inside.
It's a Discovery Channel one. Yeah, it's a Discovery Channel one. That's actually a good one.
That's cool.
They had it on 3D, like in 3D at the IMAX at the Melbourne Museum. And we went and watched it there. It was kind of creepy though, because you're in the cinema in 3D inside the wreck of the Titanic, and you're just like, this is kind of like being in someone's coffin.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so cool.
Well, it is a lot of people's coffin, but it's amazing. Like we actually got married in front of the 3 meter long Titanic, made entirely out of Lego. That's how obsessed it was.
I think he sent us a picture of that.
Yeah.
That was really cute.
Yeah.
That's definitely something I would do.
Well,
something
it was inside the Royal Exhibition Building in Melbourne. I mean, I can't argue with that. That is the most beautiful building we have.
That's fair. Yeah.
God, I want to go to Melbourne again.
Yeah, come over. It's really nice.
Come over.
I've only been
when it's more legal. When it's more legal, come over.
I've been twice in my life, and both times have been while I've been going to Tasmania.
I love Tassie. I love Tassie so much.
I love Tassie so much. Port Arthur is my favourite place in the whole world.
Never been to Port Arthur. I've done Cradle Mountain twice.
Oh, Port Arthur.
Did the overland track.
Stunning. I highly recommend the ghost tour of Port Arthur. It's so creepy. It's amazing.
I did the ghost tour in the jail, in the court and the jail in Hobart itself.
I haven't done the Hobart jail. The Port Arthur is. I've done the Fremantle prison ghost tour 3 times. Because I love the Fremantle prison. It's like, other than Port Arthur, it's my favorite place ever in the whole world. I've done the Fremantle prison ghost tour 3 times. I swear to God, Target Fremantle is haunted as fuck. My house growing up was most definitely haunted. Like, I've just been around spooky, creepy things my whole life. But Port Arthur is something completely different. Like, that place is just, you walk onto the site and you're like, no thanks. But like, and the Fremantle Arts Museum as well, which is apparently one of the most haunted places in the Southern Hemisphere. That was like down the road from my
I was going to say, Target's going to be very haunted soon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the one that I worked at was already a ghost town, but now it really is going to be.
Are they going to change it to a Kmart, or is it just going?
Honestly, a Kmart would fit the demographic a lot better for the area. But I don't know. It really depends. Unfortunately, in Fremantle, the landlords are very, very greedy, and the rent is very, very high on some of the buildings. But they don't do the maintenance, and they don't really like changing contracts and any of that stuff. Because it's all old families that have had the property for, the whole time that they've been here and all that kind of stuff. So they're not really interested in a lot of change. It's hard to really explain it, but when I was growing up, Fremantle was like, it was amazing. There were shops everywhere. It went from being a port city, just empty. There was the wharf. There were a couple of pubs, couple of hotels. That was it. There was the Fremantle prison, and there was a prison. The prison was open until 1991. So, there was a prison in the middle of town. There was it was a port city. They used to do a lot of whaling. So we actually have like the whale tunnel and everything is still down there. The wharfs are still completely operational. It's where where WA gets a majority of deliveries from ships and whatever. I don't know. But so originally Freo was just a shithole, basically. It was, gruff, dodgy characters coming off from the wharfs and
place for a pirate ship.
Exactly. And there actually were there's a lot of Viking wrecks off the coast of WA, off the coast of Fremantle.
So basically Tortuga.
Pretty much.
Yes.
That would be the best way to describe it. That's exactly what Fremantle was. And then when more and more people started to settle there and it became, a town and stuff, we had a majority of Europeans coming to Fremantle. It's where my family came after World War II. A lot of people came to Fremantle after World War II from Italy. But there's a lot of Portuguese, a lot of Greeks, a lot of Italians. And Fremantle is basically run by old Portuguese and Italian families. And they run the whole damn place. And they own all the buildings and they own everything. But when I was growing up, Fremantle was just like fun. It was amazing. There were cafes, there were restaurants, there was just everyone knew everyone. Everyone was, it was Europeans. Everyone's your cousin. Everyone's, somehow related to you in some way. And it was just great. But then the last 10, 15 years, it's just dead. The city is just completely, you can't even call it a city anymore. It's basically a village at this point. There's one grocery store, there's Target, and then it's just cafes that are all failing and changing every other week because no one can afford the rent. No one wants to deal with the landlords. The landlords don't want to do any maintenance on the buildings they own. When I worked at Target, I worked there for 3.5 years. we had a whole store flood 3 times a year because the owner would not replace the roof. So we had tarps and tubs of water in the roof cavity of the building. And they would fill up and they would overflow and they would flood and we would lose thousands of dollars of stock.
Yeah.
Every single year. It was the same thing.
Water damaged.
Oh, yeah. And it was unsafe working there, honestly. The amount of times that we would be in the staff room and just water would just waterfall down the wall where we had our staff TV and our vacuum cleaner and our, electronics all plugged in along that wall. And it was just like, all it takes is one person in the wrong spot and they get electrocuted. Like, it was ridiculous. And then halfway through me being there, the landlord decided that he wanted to sell half of our building to another person. So they cut the store in half downstairs and we just lost a whole bunch of space. We were like, okay, cool. What do we do now? Like, it was just, but that's happened everywhere. So a lot of, especially with this shutdown, a lot of old businesses that have been in Fremantle for decades have just, we've had to close up shop because the landlord we can't pay the landlord, so he's kicked us out. Like, there's a chart and map shop that was in the same store for, 40 years, 50 years. And then just the second that they had to close because of the virus, the landlord booted them out. And they'd been there, the shop was run by, it's run by a woman now, but it was opened by her dad. And now she's just completely lost the shop because the landlord was just like, no, get out, you can't pay your rent. Goodbye.
Rent, yeah. So much for like, I know the government can only do so much, but they're saying, guys, give everyone a little bit of slack. We do want to come back. We want to be working. We want the businesses. But
yeah,
I mean, the thing is, that's what I don't get is I understand, okay, you can't afford it, I'm going to kick you out. But who's going to go in there instead?
Oh, no one. That whole street is now dead. There's no shops there. The whole, everything in Fremantle.
So if I disappear, sorry, it's literally just 0%.
Right. I'm actually thinking we're getting close on 3 hours. It might be time to call it quits soon because I'm about to actually collapse.
Yeah. And I mean, I could rant about Freo dying for ages because Freo is my hometown. Like, it's where my family came from. So.
I have managed to find some old notes that were actually pretty good, so I might have to reuse them.
That's good.
But that map of my ship's long gone.
I'm going to have to try another one so I can make it on The Sims for you.
I was going to say, I'll have to send it to you so you can make it on Sims for me. But,
yeah. But as fun as this build has been, I don't think I'm ever going to do anything this big again because it's just driving me insane at this point.
Well, the beauty of it is the ship is a cargo ship, so there's pretty much just cargo holds for most of the ship.
I've got that. That's all good.
Just big empty spaces, and then there's like big engines, and then there's just like little bitty living quarters.
Yeah,
that sounds similar to my ship.
Well, you've got to think about it logically. They need space to put the stolen goods.
Yeah,
Very
that's
true.
exactly
Very
right.
true.
I've got cargo holds, I've got a mess hall and bunks, like cabins, and then the bridge. I think that's it.
I've got what have I got? On sort of what you would consider the main level is the bridge. And this is no secret because I'm going to post up pictures the minute I finish drawing this up. The bridge, the common room, mainframe, and all my cargo holds are 2 stories high, so they go over different stories. And the level below that is sleeping quarters, kitchen or galley with a green room, medibay, gym,
I've got one of those as well.
and quarters. Have to have a gym because
I've got a medibay.
They live in it for like 3 months whilst they're travelling from one starship to one place to another. So
yeah,
it's in shape. But yeah, so it's
God, I feel like I need to just have like a Skype call with you guys so I can like pick your brains about writing sci-fi, because like I would love to do it, but I just feel like I can't. Like I don't feel like my brain can handle it.
A lot of my
just like any details you can't think of, skim over them.
Yeah. I love anime. So it's like think Bubblegum Crisis, Ghost in the Shell. It's just Final Fantasy 7 in particular.
Like as much as I feel like I've watched a lot of sci-fi, and I've never read a sci-fi book. If it's not dystopian, I have never read a sci-fi book. And I don't know, something about it. Like I love sci-fi movies. I love sci-fi TV shows. But for some reason, when it comes to reading it and playing like video games and even sci-fi movies that are more about like space travel and stuff, I can't do it for some reason. Like space pirates and smugglers and things with like adventure type storylines I can do, but when it comes to movies like what is it, like Gravity and
Passengers,
I just couldn't, I can't do it. But I can watch Star Wars, I can watch Star Trek, I can watch
Arrival's a hard one to watch too. Arrival's good, but it's a very hard one to watch. It's very
I just watched Annihilation. That was good.
I haven't watched that yet.
Yeah, it's really good. Pardon?
Who's in that one? I always go by actors. That's how I know movies.
Have a guess. Who have I been obsessed with lately?
Fair enough.
I don't think
I've seen anything for that one.
Padme in the same movie.
Oh, it's the Natalie Portman one. Okay, yes,
Natalie
I know
Portman.
that. Yeah. See that that would probably be okay, but when it comes to like invasion movies, then I tend to get a bit. Ugh.
I'm not a huge fan of invasion movies. I do like. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy Independence Day.
I love Independence Day.
And Independence Day 2 had its issues, but it was just so much fun being back in that world again. You just enjoyed it.
There's a sequel?
Yes, there's a sequel.
I haven't seen either of them.
I didn't know there was a sequel.
It's based like 12 or 14 years afterwards.
Oh, I remember when that came out. I haven't seen it yet. I heard that it was good though, and I meant to see it. I remember that.
Like, it's got problems, but the fact that because Independence Day is such a we rewatch films a lot in this house, and both me and my husband love the original. So having been able to go back into that world, seeing what's happened to the characters over the years, seeing the effect of the alien technology on the planet was really interesting. It's definitely worth a watch at least once. But if you want to read a book, I highly recommend, and I'm going to be plugging this for the next month, Altered Carbon.
Yes. Oh God, that looks much thicker than I thought it would be. There's an anime for it as well on Netflix, isn't there?
It's a TV series. It's a live action, I believe.
Isn't there an anime as well?
Not that I know of.
Well, I think Charlotte.
I think we've lost Charlotte, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's this tells it watched the Arrival together class because it was postgrad linguistics. It was fun to laugh at all the stuff they got wrong. But Marvel, it is. They got a lot of it was very interesting that in Arrival, like the aliens have this weird writing circular thing, and it's very interesting. But we've lost Charlotte. Bye.
Yeah. Bye, Charlotte.
She may or may not come back. I'm not sure. But it's and I love sci-fi. My knowledge of sci-fi is very heavily movie and TV series based. And when I say TV series, I'm not kidding. It's Ghost in the Shell. It's Battleship Yamato. It's all the animes because when I was growing up, that was where you got sci-fi from. You didn't get it from anywhere else.
And I think that's probably where I could handle it more in anime.
I think my writing style tends to be very action based. Because I'm just used to having those visuals in my head of, seeing the character doing these big action scenes and things.
I think I just really like Japanese storytelling, to be honest. It's just amazing. Like, I've been watching a lot of
Grave of the Fireflies.
I haven't seen it because I know it's going to make me sad.
I can't. I've watched it once. Once. I can't. I put it back on, and I have to turn it off again. I can't watch it.
I want to watch it. I used to be such a stone cold bitch, and nothing ever made me cry. And then I had a baby, and now I cry at everything, and I hate it so much.
I get funny. I don't cry necessarily, but I just go, don't. Like, my husband starts telling me something, I go, nah, I'm not dealing with that right now. Yeah. And it's like, for instance, I was doing workshopping last night with my workshop crew, and one of them wrote a scene about the son of the character dying, and I'm like,
oh yeah, no,
I can't deal with this. And I'm like, come on, seriously, I can't even look at it critically.
Yeah, I get that. I watched this kids movie with my son the other day, and it was just a random indie one that he picked off a shelf in a store and wouldn't let us put down. So I just took it home. It's actually a really good movie. But yeah, we were just watching it, and it's about these weird creatures that can talk, but they're four-legged kind of elephant type, but horse size. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. But they're basically weird dinosaur-looking donkeys.
Okay.
And humans use them as, work animals, but they can talk and they're sentient and they're, so they're kind of really upset with, they're slaves basically. And there's a part at the beginning where it's introducing the main character, but it's him as a baby and it's him being taken away from his mother. And I was just like, oh God.
I recently reread Blue Moon Rising by Simon R. Green, and one of the main characters in it is a unicorn. So it's a talking animal.
Yeah.
And it gets to the bit where the character, you don't know this guy's name, you don't know the horses, you don't know the unicorn's name through the whole book because he's a slave.
Yeah.
And at one point, Rupert, who's the main character, actually goes, oh, what is your name? And he goes, no, that's not my name. I don't have a name at the moment. I'm a slave. And I'm just like, yeah. And then he talks about how he was taken from his herd and broken and, to take a rider. And I'm just like, oh my God, I you a sap.
It's the worst. And you're like, this isn't me. I'm not like this.
I'm the cast iron bitch. Thank you very much. Where did all these tears come from?
I friggin' was. The only thing that had ever made me cry, TV show wise, was when my favorite character died on Supernatural. And it was more because he kind of reminded me of someone in real life. The
only movie/TV show that ever managed to make me cry before I had my son repeatedly was the end of Armageddon.
I haven't seen it. See, if I know something's sad, I don't watch it. I'm just no, I'm done. I'm good. Thank you. No thanks. I'm fine. Because I hate crying with a passion.
Charlotte's phone died. I'm just reading the comments from
charge. Wow.
Oh, wow. We are good. We are good. Oh,
but yeah, I actively avoid anything that I think is going to make me cry. But especially Studio Ghibli movies. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a risk watching them. And I hate crying around people, especially. So if I know a movie is going to make me cry and my partner wants to watch it, I'm like, nah. Can't do it. It's not happening. Watch it by yourself. I'll watch it by myself, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, we'll discuss it later.
Yeah, we can discuss it after we've both watched it separately. Like,
That's all right, Charlotte. If you can get back on, you can. If not, don't worry about it.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Coco, the Pixar movie.
No, I haven't seen it.
It deals like largely with death of family members and stuff, and a majority of my family.
Is that the one about the dumpling that becomes like a baby?
No. That's called Bao. That's just a short. This is like a proper movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it deals a lot with like
yes, you can do it, Charlotte. You can do it.
Yes. So it talks a lot about like remembering dead loved ones and blah 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 blah. And a majority of my family is dead. So it just was like the worst movie for me to watch ever. And then there's singing in it as well, which like I'm not used to Pixar movies having singing. So I kind of had like a weird secondhand embarrassment. And I have really watery eyes anyway. So just anything.
Is that the Mexican one?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen ads for it, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. That movie made me weep like a little bitch. Like it was proper weeping. And I did not appreciate it at all. I was here for the beautiful art style and the cute, you know, characters and the cultural appreciation of the whole Dia de los Muertos thing. But then once it came into like the whole sad grandparent death thing, I was like, yeah, no thanks. I don't need this shit right now.
Yeah.
It was hell going through that movie. Like it was a beautiful movie and I can really appreciate it, but like I'm never going to watch it again because it just made me a fucking wreck.
That's me with Grave of the Fireflies. And I've always said from the day I saw Grave of the Fireflies is that if that movie was live action, it would have destroyed every award ceremony that year. It just would have taken home everything. But because it was a she's back. I was expecting you to be Captain Pirate Missing Patch or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Captain back, bitches. My phone is on 1%. And I'm hoping that having the hotspot on will use less battery than trying to stream from my phone. And now I'm using it as a Wi-Fi. So the reception may drop out and be crappy, but it's been pretty good so far. I was actually surprised because it was on 0% for about 5 minutes that it didn't die sooner, even though it was plugged in. It was plugged in, but it was using more battery than it was getting from charge to stream.
Yeah.
So
it held on.
It held on quite a bit. Yeah. I'm not sure what I missed, but before I went off, I think we were talking about sci-fi, and I was about to bring up Ex Machina.
Oh yes, I still haven't watched it.
Yeah, I was going to say, has anyone seen it? Because it's so good. And that's a great example of sci-fi. Pardon?
I've seen Appleseed Ex Machina.
I don't think that's the same one.
I don't think so either. I know Rush
but if anyone's looking for a good sci-fi to watch, I highly recommend it because it's sci-fi without all of the spaceship space travelness. It's sci-fi in the realm of like it's more speculative fiction than sci-fi, I think, in a way.
Yes.
But it fits into sci-fi and it's really good.
It's definitely my kind of sci-fi. Like I'm definitely into robotics.
Yeah, I think you really like it.
Yeah, as much as
like Gleason.
Oh, is that the one? Is that the one with the robot?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I also want to see. Is it Alita Battle Angel? I want to see that too.
That's amazing. Okay,
that shit is right up my alley. Like robotics and AI. As much as AI freaks me out, I really like watching. Like AI is my horror movie. So
Alita Battle Angel.
My worst nightmare.
If you read the mangas, it is actually pretty close to the origin story of the original manga.
Oh, that's good.
Not
for a
perfect, but it's close.
Yeah.
And it is, but just okay. That's the kind of sci-fi I write. That action-y based sci-fi.
Yeah. Okay.
And I just
mine is space opera, like a combination of Doctor Who, Red Dwarf, and Star Wars, and Guardians of the Galaxy. That's what I'm aiming for.
So when mine's probably more Battle Angel, Attila. See, I'm starting to lose it now, guys. Cross with Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
You know, but in space.
Ghost in the Shell. There's so many that my list of animes and movies at the moment is like through the fucking roof. And it drives me insane that I just can't like just watch it whenever I want, because that's what I'm used to. Like, damn you, child, having control of the TV. But oh god, there's just so much. Like I want to watch Ex Machina, I want to watch Alita, I want to watch Ghost in the Shell, the anime, not the recent movie.
Look, the movie's okay.
The movie
is okay.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yes,
but okay. A lot of people canned it. A lot of people hated it because she's not Asian. Blah blah blah. But she's a cyborg. She can be whatever the hell she bloody wants.
Yeah,
but
I don't like the idea of. Yeah, I don't like the idea of completely writing it off just because of casting choices. But I don't know. There's part of me that I just really don't like Western adaptations of anime. Like I prefer to watch a live action Japanese version over.
I reckon it should have been done. If a Japanese like company and director or whatever had done it, I think it would have been 1,000 times better. But as someone that is like, when you're desperate for a decent sci-fi, it's okay to watch. You know, it's not. You know, I don't know how many times I'm going to go back and rewatch it. But I've seen it, I think, twice now. I saw it once and then I went, no, I've got to watch this again just to really sit down and watch it. But I will go back and I will rewatch the Ghost in the Shell TV series all the time because the anime, because they're amazing. And the Solid State Society, the movie at the end of the two Ghost in the Shells, I'll rewatch that all the time because it's just good. It's good movie, good TV series. But the movie is problematic in places.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. I haven't watched. I actually haven't watched a lot of anime, so I'm not familiar with the source material either.
I'm so used to bad sci-fi movies, live action movies. That's why I kind of go to anime, because I want to see the good like action scenes and the stories. And
anime is just
anime.
It's so amazing. I just love anime so much. Like nothing can top Japanese storytelling.
It's just amazing.
Oh god. It's
actually
so good.
I must admit, it's one of the reasons why one of my future plans, if I can get it, if I can pull it off, is I want to actually put my novels into comics as well.
Yeah.
I want to adapt them that way because my initial like inspiration comes from that kind of visual storytelling. I just think coming around full circle would be awesome.
Yeah. I would love for anything I did to be put into a comic. Like even if it's I have to go out and find someone myself to do it, I would quite happily do that. It would be like bucket list style.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my god, if someone was to make my book into a manga, oh my god, I would just that would be me weeping on the floor with joy.
If you go into Amazon and you look at like the comic adaptations and you see some of the books that have been made and you're just like, how does that book translate into a comic strip? My book's going to be so easy. Like, I mean, they've done Game of Thrones, for crying out loud.
Oh, that's But I guess that would be really tricky because there is a lot of dialogue in Game of Thrones.
Like huge amount of dialogue.
Yeah, it would be very hard to kind of pad that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Talia, I can't wait to corrupt my son with my favorite movies. It's going to be amazing. Like, the second that he will actually sit through Star Wars is going to be like the best day of my life.
I'm kind of looking forward to Star Wars, but not looking forward to Star Wars because I just know his favorite character is going to be Jar Jar for at least his 8 years old.
Definitely. I loved Jar Jar as a kid. Absolutely loved him. See, you can laugh at it because you were introduced to him as an adult, but when you're introduced to Jar Jar when you're a kid, he's the funniest fucker alive. Like, I thought he was amazing.
Funny. He's just in the wrong bloody film.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, watching it back, I'm like, he shouldn't have been in this. But then, I can still appreciate him now because I loved him so much.
Where Jar Jar belongs the other day. I figured out where Jar Jar belongs. He should have been in Caravan of Courage.
I don't know that film.
Caravan of Courage was a story of a family that gets marooned on the Ewok planet. And the parents go missing and the kids travel with the Ewoks to find the parents and save the parents.
Oh, that would have been the perfect movie for him.
It would have been perfect.
Oh, that would have been cute.
I mean, it
would
would
have been better than Star Wars Christmas.
That was right.
So much.
I hate that people hate the Ewoks.
I like
the Ewoks.
The Ewoks are adorable.
They are. They're the cutest things ever. And I mean, again, I watched it when I was a child, so I can get why adults were like, "Oh, Ewoks are so fucking stupid."
Do you know what I used to hate? I used to hate the swamp sequence with Yoda. That used to be my most hated part of the whole original trilogy. I'll look at the next bit.
Yeah, I didn't like Yoda as much as I was expecting to. I kind of just found him a little annoying, to be honest.
I love
Which I feel bad about because everyone's just like, I love Yoda. Yoda's amazing. And I was just like, yeah, I prefer Yoda.
I actually like Yoda in this new movies when he comes back as the little ghosty thing and he's playing tricks on Skywalker.
I just like that they brought him, like they brought him back the right way. They still had him as like,
he wasn't.
Revenge of the Sith. Empire Strikes Back. They had him as the same as what he was in Empire Strikes Back, when he's that loony old man that's been alone on a planet for God knows how long and has just completely lost his mind. That was like the only thing I've liked about these new movies was that.
But he still had all his wisdom. He just brought it. He just imparted it in a completely different way than what you would expect.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I love that. That's the only thing that I've liked about these movies. I still haven't seen the last one. Probably never.
I did like the full circle of Luke bringing his fighter up from the water.
Yeah, I did like that.
That was a nice touch.
Was that a thing?
Overall arc in the last three. I really didn't like what they did to Rey in the last two movies. I didn't like what they did with Finn and Poe because that whole thing just disappointed me majorly.
They were straight, or
well, just that
that annoyed me.
Well, that a lot, and that they tried to make Poe straight, and it just made him like bi or queer as hell. Like in the last one, because they tried to shoehorn in like this relationship with Zori in the last movie in Poe's past. But even then, it's still read as like this is an ex, and now he's interested in Finn. Because the rest of the movie,
that's like a clear response to everyone being like, "Oh my god, Finn and Poe are totally going to get together," and then they're like, "Here's a girl
woman now." But to me, it just made him look like really bi or really pan. or whatever. And I was just like, because the rest of the movie, he's there trying to like get in between Finn and Ray, being like, oh, you want to talk when I'm not here? Great, thanks. And he's just jealous for the entire movie, and it's so funny. It's adorable. But yeah,
I wonder how much freedom they actually gave the actors to like
I don't
do
think
stuff like that, or if it was written.
that was the actors going rogue. I think because I'm pretty sure J.J. Abrams wanted to put it in there, and Disney vetoed it.
Yeah,
and I'm
Fucking
just
Disney.
like, fucking Disney.
See, as much as I love Disney, I hate what they've done to Star Wars, and I don't think I will ever forgive them. Like, it just, they could have taken it so far, but they played it too safe, and I'm just over it.
You know,
I'm disappointed because I liked the characters, but then the storyline of the last one just pissed me off a little bit. Like, the plot pissed me off.
That storyline needed at least 2 full-length movies in its own right. It's the number 7 Harry Potter. It needed more space. It just did not have enough space. I mean, you're starting off and all of a sudden they're doing this weird jumping with the Falcon, and you're like, hang on, nowhere in any of the other movies have they ever discussed this style of jumping and chasing people through light speed, and you're like, where is this all come from?
Yeah. Also, how is the Falcon able to do that when the fucking hyperdrive is fucked constantly?
I did like that, like the fight that they had about that. Anyway, when Ray's like, you can't light speed skip the Falcon, and he's like, actually, turns out you can. Yeah. It's on fire now, but I did it.
Yeah, the whole sequence is fantastic, but nowhere is it ever discussed.
Context.
I mean, you need some foreshadowing to make it make sense. Even if it was just like a 2-second conversation at the end of the first one or something about, the ship that did the parsec run in, whatever it is, 14 parsecs or whatever it was. Yeah. And, rounding down. We do remember that from something. There's no, but okay, it's the light skipping concept works when you think about it, but it's never mentioned anywhere of any ship doing it.
The closest thing they get to having any sort of foreshadowing to that is in the second one of the new ones, when they're able to track them through light speed because they've got a lock on the ship or something.
Which they also never explain.
I guess because the Falcon is so well known, but they don't explain it anywhere.
No. Yeah. It's like in the first one of the new one, when the Falcon just suddenly turns up, and of course Han's going to come after it because he must have some way to track it. It's his ship after all these years. Yeah, but absolutely. Suddenly everyone else can track it. Suddenly people can track you through light speed. It doesn't make it where
which also, if he's a smuggler, why the hell would he allow that to happen?
Bingo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, has Han Solo ever been like that competent to stop that from happening though? Because I get the feeling he just makes shit up as he goes along and hopes for the best.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But there is also there's some. He's like the original slightly smarter Jack Sparrow.
Yeah. There was this canon in one of the books. I don't remember which book it was, but there was this point in one of the books where it's discussed about the Millennium Falcon. Someone puts a tracking device on the Millennium Falcon, and the reason it's not found is because the Millenniums had so many upgrades and dodgy fixes over the years, is that its system is so strangely wired it doesn't know itself. And that makes sense because it's been set up. You know, and then that's how they track it. That's how they find it. But it's once. Once they realise it's tracked, they fix the problem. But this, all of a sudden, you can track ships through light speed, and they never explain how.
No,
that might actually be something in the prequels. I think they track something through light speed.
They track its trajectory to figure out where it's going. But you see, that also doesn't make sense to me either, because when you think about space, nothing's in a straight line. Yeah. So, you know, like one of the things I'm put in my whip at the moment is the ship actually moves when it's in, I call it fast and light.
But it's got to avoid.
It's got to go around suns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you get the calculations wrong, you end up burning.
Or you end up in someone else, you know, it's going to happen. But they never, so when they say that they can track it and they go, oh, based on this trajectory, it's going in this direction. It's like, well, but how many planets could be in the way? It's not going to go straight. So I don't know. Look, it's an action flick. It's not a science flick. So you got to allow a certain amount of disbelief. But
yeah,
I think the thing that annoyed me most about the last movie was them bringing Palpatine back as the big bad. Like,
oh my God, you should have seen the reaction I had when I saw that first poster. I went absolutely ballistic. Like, I just
set up. If it had been set up in the first and the second movie somehow, I would have totally bought it.
But it just came out.
There's someone else for Snoke. Okay, there's someone in charge of Snoke, but at least like foreshadow something.
Yeah, there was absolutely no foreshadowing at all. I
just considered it lazy writing, to be honest, because I figured, we've killed Snoke, our big bad. What do we do now? Oh, let's bring the Emperor back.
Yep.
Everyone's scared.
It felt like a Disney solution. In that their solution to like the fandom wanting Finn and Poe to get together was to like, let's give Poe a girlfriend. That'll work. And then their solution to like, we need a big bad. Oh, let's bring back Palpatine. That'll work. Yeah, and like there's ways to bring back Palpatine that would work, but the way they did it did not work.
Yeah. The fact that they brought back Palpatine and then in the Solo, what annoyed me the first time was that in the Solo movie they brought back Darth Maul. And I was like, okay, I can kind of ignore that. That's kind of cool. I like Darth Maul. I thought he was epic. But then they brought back Palpatine as well, and I'm like, bring back
Darth Maul had a bit of, I think there's some foreshadowing for that in some of the books that he actually survived. Yes, so I can handle him. But Palpatine, I mean, even in the books that they've thrown out, I mean, they had his presence was still around that planet. So
I just assumed that Darth Maul was in that because it was before he got killed in the timeline.
No, it's after.
No,
Solo's after.
Oh.
Solo is between 3 and 4.
Yeah, just that. It's closer to 3 than it is to 4 in time-wise, but because but
I thought it was earlier. So I didn't realize. I literally thought that I was just like, oh, so that's before he died then.
No, but he's always.
He has robotic. It shows you very, very briefly that he has robotic legs, which he has because he survives in Clone Wars, and he's one of the main villains in Clone Wars, and he has robotic legs. And there's also another version of him or another alien of the same race as well.
Yeah. So that's something I could handle because I knew that he showed up in Clone Wars, and I'm pretty sure in some of the books or comics or something he was floating around. But I mean, Palpatine, okay.
Like, sure, say
he's a part of the Force. Say he does a Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he maybe takes someone over. I could handle a possession. I could have handled a possession style return, but the cloning, because they try to set up. Cloning is meant to be notoriously difficult for Force people. I mean, because let's face it, if they had cloning, what was stopping the Jedi just cloning like 500 of themselves and winning the Clone Wars that way? You know, so it does make sense to make it very difficult. So why would he pursue that in the first place?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Why would he even think of that as an option?
I think like you could have brought him back, because at the end of the third one, I was just like, are you sure he's dead? That seemed a little easy. You don't want to go down the bottom and check just to make sure? And they didn't. Yeah. And so it made sense to me that he could still be alive after that. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Making him the big bad of all 3 trilogies, it was just like, you need to come up with something new.
Yeah, I just think the fact that he died the same way that Darth Maul died, like going over the edge of a thing, and then bringing both of them back is like just really cheap and shit and bad storytelling.
When Darth Maul you can handle because he fell down a relatively small series of things. He was a Jedi Master of some description, a Sith Master. So there is a potential that he not only kept himself alive with the Force, but he was able to maybe catch something and stop himself falling. There were potentials for him to survive, but the Emperor is like literally tossed into like the center of the power core of the Death Star. I mean, that's shooting electricity in something that was about to blow up.
It blew up and then it crashed into a planet, and it's like you probably wouldn't survive that.
So if his conscious had survived by going into the Force and doing a Yoda or Obi-Wan Kenobi, I would have totally taken that. He could have been the big bad for Snoke. He could have been the big bad behind he could have been the big bad behind Kylo Ren, you know. They could have done that in a way, still have a very similar scene at the end with all the big ships and everything, and still have had Cairo come back or do whatever he wanted to do, but it didn't have to be a clone because that was the biggest cop out.
I don't think it even had to be Palpatine either, like, because the whole point of the dark side is that it takes over, you can't defeat the dark side because it's within everyone.
So, but the problem with that
brings back the same one person felt a bit cheap as well.
Yeah. But you also don't want to have a completely left of center bad guy that no one's ever heard of. So I think that's where they wrote themselves into a problem. They killed off Snoke.
Yeah.
They had to redeem Ben. They had to redeem Ben. And then they went, well, who have we got to be bad guy?
Who's left?
Yeah. Oh, I just hate that they did the same thing. The whole thing is just a rip-off of its own thing. Like the fact that Ben or Kylo becomes Ben again, it's the same as fucking, don't even bring her name up.
Did she just write the Star Wars trilogy?
Apparently.
Apparently.
But God, it's just like the fact that they brought Kylo in and he was obsessed with Darth Vader, so then he did the whole Darth Vader, Anakin, Kylo, Ben thing, and Palpatine being the same bad guy like he is in the rest of them, and it was just like we wanted something new, not the same thing with different people.
Yeah.
See, I actually thought Kylo made more sense to me when you get rid of the Darth Vader obsession. I mean, you know, it's his grandfather. But when they did the thing about the backstory about how Luke went into thinking he'd already turned, realised he hadn't, but when he wakes up at the wrong time and sees the lightsaber, and that's the point where he goes bad, effectively. He hasn't quite gone bad yet, but the thing tricks him. I thought that was better. And if they had wanted to do the Palpatine thing, they could have actually had Palpatine fucking up Luke, making him think he was bad. Because Palpatine knows Luke.
Yeah. He knows how to make him tick.
And there's a reason Luke cut himself off from the Force. So,
yeah.
But, you know.
There's so much more they could have done with it.
Mind you.
Look, I'll sit there, I'll watch them multiple times. I'll laugh in all the right places. I'll cringe in all the right places. But at the end of the day, I feel like I'm watching 3 sets of series that are pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah.
This is why fan fiction exists. So when we fuck up our favourite series, we can fix it.
Yeah.
And don't forget the good old Mary Sue's.
Yeah.
Oh God. See,
You know what?
I have an issue with Mary Sue's because you could argue that every single character is a Mary Sue.
Exactly.
I feel like we just need
agree.
to get rid of the Mary Sue thing and just stop it, because what character isn't a Mary Sue? Try and tell me a character that isn't a Mary Sue. Luke
No, they're all
Skywalker.
Mary Sue. They're all characters you want to be. That's why you're writing them.
Exactly. It's so stupid. Like, okay, if you insert yourself into the novel, that's different.
Yeah.
But writing a strong character does not make them a Mary Sue. It makes them a strong fucking character.
Mary Sue used to be inserting yourself, very obviously inserting yourself, but just having like a different name or something. Yeah. When it's now been broadened to have this, you're a white woman, 30-something, so, and then you're writing fan fiction, so, and all of a sudden this white woman who's 30-something turns up. I mean, no, that's not Mary Sue. But I totally agree. I agree with that, because I think, of course we're writing characters we don't necessarily want to be, but are interested in.
Someone you might look up to, or
because that's someone you're interested in exploring how they live or whatever. Yeah,
I had this argument with my partner when I first started writing mine, because I watched a video and it freaked me out, which is a common thing that happens. So I was bugging him and I was like, "Do you think that Evelina is a Mary Sue?" And he was like, "Well, yeah, I think she is a bit, she's very similar to you, and she's, blah, 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 blah." And I was like, "But how does it make her a Mary Sue? She's not me. She just has similar traits to me, because I know how to write that, because I share that same trait." But like, what makes her a Mary Sue? Like, how have I inserted myself but made myself better? Like, I don't think I have it all, because she's dealing with
female. That makes her Mary Sue.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a female writer writing about a lead female character is instantly Mary Sue.
It's actually interesting.
In that case, nearly all my characters are Mary Sues.
I have more personality-wise, probably have more in common with the male lead of my novella than I actually have with the female lead of my novel series.
Yeah.
But people would look at it and go, "Oh, she's the Mary Sue," and it's like, no.
That's why they say the same thing about, like, because we're talking about writing excuses about Howard's Schlock Mercenary, because he wrote a character who looks similar to him just because he wanted to have like a short balding man character more prevalent in stuff, but the actual core character traits are completely different. So people look at it and be like, "Oh, you just wrote yourself," and it's like, no. No, that's not like me at all.
No.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's because I look at my main character and be like, I mean, there's a lot in common, but I'm consciously trying to write it in a way that it's not me. And I think that's part of the reason.
Funny though, because a lot of my characters, not just One Whip in particular, but a lot of my like fantasy style ones as well, I've always written older people. Like I like reading coming of age stories to a degree, but I've always more interested in the character that's been around for a while, actually knows their shit, and gets into a situation that they are quite capable of dealing with. They might just have to figure it out as they go along. Not necessarily I've never picked a sword up in my life, how do I do this? Just that they know how to fight. They just got a situation where they might not necessarily be able to use their sword or something, So I always have tended to write, I would say age-wise, 25 plus characters. Even when I was 15, 16, I was writing this age. Now I'm 40 at the end of this year. Suddenly all these characters are the similar age to me. And it's like, oh, okay. Actually, have more in
that's
common.
the thing. There's a disturbing lack of older characters in well, I mean, look, I don't read a lot of adult. So, but even then I feel like the adult that I have read, a lot of them get to like 32 and then that's it. There's no older characters than that unless they're the mentor or the, character that kind of pops in every now and then, but they're not really a big part of it.
Well,
and I feel like there needs to be more older characters. Not old, but,
Well, my MC for my novel is, how old is Eric? He is 40, I think he's 36 at the start of the novella. And at the novel, he's 46.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the future. It's 1,000 years in the future. Humans live to well over 300. So he's still young, but he's not fresh out of high school. It's the fresh out of high school that I've never identified with that kind of character. I've read them, but I just don't identify with them. So.
And I think I would be similar as well because I find that no one really wants to write about high school dropouts. So I tend to not identify with a lot of characters that are like fresh out of high school and they finished year 12 and they're on their way to university. It's like, why can't we have like a pathetic loser who didn't do anything with their life do something with their life?
My main character is maybe that. Mine's like by the time the action of the story is happening is like 23, 24 roughly. I think. But at the start, I've got a couple of scenes of her like 17, 18, which would be like fresh out of school age, except that there is no schools because the entire planet basically spontaneously combusted and society fell to shit, basically. So the last few years of any sort of school that she had wouldn't have existed. It would have been purely survival, natural disasters, like one after the other sort of thing.
I do think though I think the reason young characters are so popular is because they have to have everything explained to them. So it's an easy way to world build.
Yes. I may be guilty of that a little bit, but that's more, it's less an age thing and more a she's the new one in the crew. So I get away with it in that area. But hey, also
new one in the crew at 36 years old still has to learn how to work with the crew.
That's true. That's another window in. And I also kind of skip over a lot of the introduction. I'm starting to think maybe this should have been book 2, and I should have done a whole book on the first 5 years.
That's the 0.5. That's the 0.5 novel.
I'm starting to think my exposition should have been book 1, and book 2 should have been the kidnapping, torture, mind wipe bullshit that's happening. It's all over the place.
Still got time.
Well, I was planning to make another 3, and the more I think about it, I might actually end up doing it. It's just I need a plot for that.
Mine started from a single novel. It's now got 6. Because there's just too much story to tell, and I want to keep them. I want to keep them between 80 and 100,000 words. So just a good basic paperback novel size. So I have to, if I want to tell more story, I have to just keep adding books on it because I don't want to have too many. I find chunkers really hard to read. I really do find chunky books really hard to read. I enjoy them. But there's a reason I never got through the Wheel of Time series. And I want to get through it, but I hit book 6 and I'm done. I'm just like, I can't keep reading these books. They're like this big. I can't do it.
It's it's daunting. It's a huge commitment.
Like you said, one's quite thick. You said this book was quite thick. This is a stock standard. I think this is only about 90,000 words. Oh, no, hang on. It's 470. So it's probably closer to maybe 120, 140,000 words.
Yeah.
That's still chunky.
Yeah. So that's about how much I want to write.
The more I think about it, the more I think I should do a book before the book that I'm currently writing.
You
Because
should.
when I think about it, I was like, if I turned that that exposition bit at the start that sort of is like where she comes from, how she got to where she is, sort of thing, because I jump in media res in the escape from a heist where she kind of fucked up a little bit and is now being chased by a bunch of guards, and that's where everything goes wrong. That's where I jump in, and then I sort of rewind and skip over the last 5 years a bit. And I'm still not sure what I'm doing with that chunk. But if I treated that 5-year gap as its own book, I could make it'd basically be like Divergent or any of one of those ones where it's like the character in a new environment becoming one with one of the crew. You'd get a couple of good heists in there. You'd get she's basically a bull in a china shop. That's her defining characteristic is the more I think about it, it could be interesting, and then I'd have less to.
But you also have the other option. You also have the other option. Take out the exposition, and just write the story, and have her reference things during that story that is backstory, but you don't have to write the book. It fleshes the character without actually having to, it's like, as I said, my main characters are old enough to have worked 20, 30 years before the book started. I'm getting tired. Words. This is my dyslexia. But
I'm actually tempted to do that. I'm actually quite tempted to do that because I've actually covered a bunch of her memories in the scene in which she gets her memories wiped, because what happens with my main character, and I don't even know if anyone's going to get this far in the stream, so I'm not that worried about spoilers at this point because it's early in the book, is that she gets, and I haven't explained how the technology works because I don't know, it's sci-fi. The readers can make up in their imagination, but they have this tech that allows them to basically see her memories and filter through them. And she even describes it herself in the way that because she's experiencing all these flashbacks and she can still hear what's happening in the room around her. So she can hear these people talking while she's having these weird memory flashbacks. And it's a mixture of memories, nightmares, and fantasies. And so there's some scenes in there that didn't actually happen. They were nightmares or something that didn't happen. And they're all mixed up together.
But then you've also got the added bonus that if you do take out the exposition at the start and the reader does not know where she's come from, what's going on, do you have a reliable narrator or not?
No. Not at all. And I don't intend for her to be reliable.
Because you don't have that history, she doesn't even know if she's reliable.
Yeah, well, she doesn't. That's the whole point of half of the book as well. Because then she loses her memories, and half of them get those 5 years get replaced by fake memories of someone else. So it's a bit like a Bucky Barnes thing, and it's also kind of inspired by Letty's character from Fast and Furious when she loses her memory and starts working for the Shaw brothers. It's semi-inspired by both of those ideas. What was I going to say? There was something in there. Oh yeah, when they're going through her memories, she described the way that I've described what's happening, and I think I don't actually explain that was exactly what was happening until later in the book, which I haven't written yet. But she describes it as all of her memories are honing in on this one person. And the reason for that is because the people who are going through her memories are looking for the connection to that person. And so if you get all these connections to the captain, who is the person they're trying to find out stuff about. But it's a mixture of jumbled up stuff, and then you start getting things that didn't actually happen, that were like just her fantasies or daydreams or stuff mixed in with memories, because it's based off, I can't remember where I read it, but I read some sort of article somewhere that was like, your brain can't distinguish necessarily between what's real and what's not real when you're looking about dreams and stuff. And so there's no way that their technology would be able to tell the difference between what's actually her memory and what's a really strong memory of a dream or a fantasy that she's focused on.
It's not like it's tagged with anything, you know, like it's not like hashtag dream, hashtag real life.
Exactly. And so that leads in perfectly for me to come back later to have the villain making assumptions about the relationship between these two characters, and a lot of confusion happening because they're just like, that never happened. What?
It's reminding me of not saying that it's, you know, something, but it's reminding me of something, and I can't think of what it is. But it's like actually no, maybe it's Sucker Punch.
Oh,
Ghost
God.
in the Shell deals with memories a lot too, because obviously they're cyborgs. The only thing left of them that's organic is their brain. Yet their brain's been cyberized as well. So, and memories can be overridden and changed and things. And it's quite an interesting thing to look at from that point of view of, you know, is when you get to the point that the person, you know, what really happened? Like, do you know if your memory is real or if it's a dream, you know, or just something inserted? Yeah, it's an interesting concept.
I really like it. I like it when people fuck with dreams in stories and stuff, because sorry, I'm realizing how much I'm swearing in this stream.
It's a pirate-themed stream.
True.
All the things you're allowed to do.
The pirate did because we didn't stick to script. We decided to go off on a tangent as usual.
Yes, as usual.
We're pirates. We make our own way in the world, or the live stream.
I have very vivid, crazy, terrifying dreams. So I like it when people play with dreams and make them kind of creepy and weird and stuff in books and movies and stuff, which I feel like doesn't happen enough, because I have such crazy vivid dreams that I like to think that other people do too.
There's a huge push about not using dreams. I got
told in year 11 English, I think it was, from like a short story piece that I had to write for, I don't know, like an English class. At one point we had to write something in class, and it was basically like a rip-off of the Sherlock series, like just like a flash fiction piece rip-off of that kind of. But the feedback I got was, never end a story with someone dying or waking up. It's cliche.
Yeah.
Like waking up from a dream. So it's like, don't use dreams or dying or something.
Well, no, I don't like that, but I like it when they are used in a way to tell a story or to assist the story. Like dreams are a big thing in my story as well. Because I find that with dreams you have no limitation. You can do Dr. Parnassus, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. So when I like them in fantasy, but I don't necessarily like them too much in sci-fi, unless you're talking about the kind of thing that we're talking about with memories and screwing with your memories and what's real and what isn't. Yeah. When it's in that, which is very neuromancer, cyberpunk style stuff, that I love it in that stuff. But I do prefer it in the fantasy world, because because you can give it that element of the magic, I think.
Yeah.
One of the ideas I had, which I've got placeholders for it, like scattered through my outline of where I can fit the scenes in, but I haven't worked out what I want to put in there yet, was that because she's had 5 years of her memory like tampered with, the memories are still there. They're just sort of blocked out and overridden by like this whatever the corporation has stuffed in her head. But like when she dreams, she's dreaming about her actual memories, and she's like, what is this weird place that I keep going to, this like spaceship, and who are these people? Sort of thing. And then when she wakes up, she can't necessarily remember it properly because the memories are blocked out. And if she's dreaming the memories and then waking up and going like super confused, being like, this is a really weird dream, but I can't see any of the faces in my head because there's like this fog obscuring it all. And then that would be a good way as well. That actually works. That's a really good suggestion of like cutting the exposition completely, because then that works as its own exposition.
Because that's what I've had to fight with too, because obviously my character is much older, has a history, has a life, has a lot of things happen which do directly affect the story. I can't just say, oh, my main character did this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Then they came out and did this. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way, because I need that stuff to be hidden to actually make it make sense.
I like using dreams to just add a bit of much needed chaos when there's nothing, because dreams are limitless. Like you can do whatever you want in a dream. You can make the craziest shit happen because it's a dream. Like it's whatever your brain can come up with is going to happen. So I like them in that sense. And I feel like you could use that in a lot of different genres. But then again, with sci-fi, I like it with the memory and stuff.
So, for instance, there's actually, I was going to start writing the draft for this next month, but I've decided I'm just going to keep going with my sci-fi universe. But I've got a novella in my fantasy world that I want to write, and the main character is a sorcerer, and dreams are how the magic is sort of telling her there's a problem.
Yes. Yeah.
So I like the Gaia thing, where the planet itself is alive, sort of style stuff. Yes, I've seen far too much Final Fantasy. Don't judge me.
That's fine. But yeah, no, that's the same thing as what I was planning to use dreams for. Is the dreams are the way of her brain telling her that something's wrong.
That would work well.
Yeah, because there's the whole subconscious is like trying to communicate something's really wrong, something's really wrong, something's really wrong. And all through when she's experiencing the flashbacks, the overwhelming feeling is something is going terribly wrong. I can't work out what's going wrong. I don't know what's going wrong. Something's going terribly wrong. And then she wakes up in the middle of a briefing, and with the new memories, like she wakes up in the middle of the briefing and they act as if she's just sort of like blacked out and gotten back from a mission and is about to start another mission. And so she's just like really confused about why she can't remember any of the last mission. And oh my God, that mission must have gone really bad if I can't remember any of it. I can't work out what happened, sort of thing. And then the dreams is like that first bit of perspective coming back of going, a bit of doubt creeping in, I think. And then that would coincide actually really nicely with what I've got happening in the scene directly after she wakes up. But yeah, it's just trying to work out how to fit it all in there.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my God, so many ideas.
I think when it comes to dreams, you almost can't go wrong because they're so limitless. You can do whatever you want with them. Like a lot of the dream sequences in my book are just like absolute mind fuck. What the hell is happening here? And there's so much jumping And sometimes I don't really show that she's in a dream. Like I won't change the text to italics or anything because you're meant to just kind of read it and be like, hang on, what? Well, hang on, what? Whoa, what? And then it's like, oh no, okay, she's dreaming again. So like I like moments like that where you kind of like, hang on a second. Because then she herself in that dream is like, she doesn't know she's dreaming until something happens and then she's like, hang on a fucking second. So I hope it comes across. That's my intention.
Gave me a really good idea.
I'm having my rambling help.
Charlotte's going to be up for the next 2 hours writing some notes and bits down.
I might scribble 1 or 2 notes. No, the idea, so I just had, because when I was thinking about, like, right then, I was like, I think cutting all the exposition is a good idea. And then I realized, but then I lose this scene of her smuggling herself onto the ship, which is a really, like, a scene that I really like. It's a really good scene.
Yeah, but you might use it as a memory later. And
I was like, that would work as a dream because it's before she knows any of the people. And it would work as a dream because it would be really confusing to not have any of these memories and then to suddenly have this memory of sneaking onto this ship and like then getting caught, and there's like a whole chase and tussle scene that happens.
You know what I would also love is that if when she does eventually get back to that ship, she's going
deja vu, deja vu, deja vu, deja vu. That's already in there. So that, oh my God, this whole thing just works so well. Oh my gosh. But that would be great as well, because then I don't have to write a new dream scene. I just cut the one that I've got from the exposition and put it into a different place as a dream instead of as a happening right now. That makes it a lot easier.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess I'm going to be writing a lot tomorrow.
Yes. Well, good. On that note, guys, I think we might have to call it a night or a morning.
Yes.
A morning. I guess I'm going to be writing a lot today.
I'm meant to be going to see family this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know what plans today.
I
First time I've seen my mum and dad since the lockdown, so that's going to be fun.
I finished this damn build. It's done. I'm never doing it again. It's decided. Nothing this big ever again.
I'll send you the plans of my ship.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I need a map for my ship because I know rooms that exist. I just don't know where they are.
Yeah, I know. I've actually changed something too because I've had this ship planned out for years, and all of a sudden I thought of something the other day, and I went, I need to put that there now. So now I'm going to have to go through and make sure but that's why I want to. My actual plan is to put this in the novel, like you would with a fantasy with a map. So you've got the schematics of the ship, and obviously you need the schematics of the ship to actually read and understand what's going on. But I just want to put it in just because
it helps for your own reference as well. So you've been like, I turned right here or whatever.
See, I love that. I hate it when fantasy books and stuff don't have maps. Like, I love the maps. They're my favorite thing because I like reading the book and being like, oh, they're going to this place. Where's this? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. I know where they're going. Like, that's my favorite thing.
I used to Google the map, print it off, and then as I'm reading, I would like follow along where they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. Like, I just started reading another fantasy book and it doesn't have a map and I'm really sad. Yeah. Makes me sad. But then also, like,
to help in my aid of my drawing. Drawing tab.
Nice. What? Oh, Huion. Yeah. I've wanted
Huion.
See, who can?
I'm currently streaming off of like a Samsung Galaxy Tab A.
They're like this big. That one's
unless you get the $800 or the $900 and the $1,300 ones that are like this big. Yeah, they're all. I put it away. I have one of the little bamboo ones that are like tiny with no screen on them. But
I would have grabbed a
it doesn't
bamboo.
work with my computer because it's too old.
Yeah, I would have grabbed a bamboo, but because of COVID and everyone being stuck at home, they're nowhere. You can't find them anywhere. But that one's a bit bigger than A4. The working space is a bit bigger than an A4, and it's got the option to you can flip it and tell it you're left-handed, so all the buttons work on the right-hand side. So we'll see. Because it's I am looking forward to playing with it. I've wanted one for a long time, and I finally have a reason to get one.
I use my iPad 6 and the Apple Pencil.
Well, I've got
the best in the iPad.
I've got a Surface Book and I've got a Surface Pen. But the problem is that if I'm using Photoshop or whatever the Adobe Sketcher is, I can't flip my screen around and bring it down and actually work on it.
Yeah.
Because I have to have it in. I'm sure there's a setting or whatever that I'm missing, but but I've also too now got the place set up. I've got a 27-inch screen now. Yeah. So the last thing I want to do is lose the ability of the screen for fine work. So
I have Procreate on my iPad, and it works perfectly fine. But because I don't have a iPad Pro, I have limited layers, and I can't open any Adobe files. Whereas if I had an iPad Pro, I could work on my old artwork that I started on Photoshop and move it onto Procreate, but I can't. I want to get an iPad Pro, but they are very expensive, and we already need to get new parts for the laptop, new parts for the old computer, and go from there, and a new couch.
My hubby keeps talking about how he wants to set up like a NAS and a server system where we have like one central computer and all our other computers are just terminals, and I'm just sitting there going,
money.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. It's like, it sounds great, but like I just spent every penny on a car, so I'm done for now.
Yes, well, if I ever get my license, we'll also have to get a second car as well. So we're
I've got to go get the license.
But also I have to pay to do my test and do some lessons. So at the moment, it's getting the couch at least so that I'm somewhat happy with the house.
That's been my thing. Whilst I'm being stuck at home, it's been sorting the house out, and it's just been like, got to do this, got to do that, got to have this, and I insisted on a decent couch last year before we ordered it. Just after my son was born, we ordered it, and we got it sort of about 4 months after that, and it's just made such a big difference to be able to just sit and watch a movie because we had a 2.5-seater sofa bed, and somewhere along the lines my husband had this fantastic idea about putting wood up between the sofa bed and the cushions to protect the sofa bed that we never used. So you're sitting on it, the cushions are like this thick because they've been used so much, and we're not little people, we're both decent sized people, so you sit there going, oh geez, my bum's numb trying to watch bloody Lord of the Rings marathon. I mean, it was very uncomfortable. We got decent couches, but they ended up, and we paid for extended warranty, we did everything right, or we thought we did, and then they we got them scotch guarded as well. I need to get some more scotch guarded to do that.
Yeah. Ours, they bleached. So they didn't fade in the sun. They bleached completely.
Wow.
And we tried to get them refunded or picked up or whatever because they were within the warranty time. Like, this happened in the span of 6 months. They completely bleached to a different color. And now, so my grey couches that were like, I don't have anything in front of me that would show you the color, but like they were like a really nice deep blue gray. They're now pink. Yeah. And we had someone come out to assess them to see if they were under the warranty and blah, 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 blah. And they said, no, they're not covered by the warranty because this is sun fading. And I was like, this is not sun fading. This is a completely different fucking color. Something's happened with the Scotch Guard and the dye or something, because this is...
Sounds like that's happened. I've seen that happen before with curtains. And it had something to do with the dye wasn't fixed properly to the material, and then it reacted to the lockout that was put on the back of it or something. It was very a strange set of circumstances that set it up, and it just and when it happened, boom, But they can turn around and say that's sun damage and not. Yeah.
And this guy would just not. He would not take it. And it was at a point where we had our blinds closed completely. They had absolutely no sun exposure, nothing. And we had complete blackout blinds. And he was just not having it. So we've just had to deal with these stupid couches, and I'm over them. The Scotch Guard didn't work. They're covered in stains, and you're meant to just be able to wipe it off. No, even water stains it. Yes. Yep. I've spilled water on my couch, and there's little water stains everywhere. So never buy a couch from Harvey Norman. Don't pay for the extended warranty. Don't get them Scotch Guarded. So we're just going to go and get an IKEA couch and be able to take it off and wash it when Aiden spills something on it, which is what we should have done in the first place. I felt like being fancy.
And a lot of IKEA couches, you can get replacement covers.
Yes. Yep. So if I ever get sick of it, which is what's happened with these ones, I can just buy a new cover and I have a new couch, because I'm one of those people that needs to change my house around every couple months or I get restless.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a reorganizer. Hence the back in the study.
Yes.
But no, we've got fantastic furniture couches. And solely on the fact that the company I work for is also owns fantastic furniture, so I got a discount. But we found comfy couches.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. We got our
anyway, guys, I think I'm going to have to call it quits because I'm about ready for bed.
Yeah. I am.
And we did say about an hour ago that we'll be calling it quits soon.
Yeah. Classic. Happens every time.
Yeah, been talking for 4 hours and a quarter. And before this, I was talking to my friend for about 2 hours, podcasting for an hour and a bit. So
I'm surprised your voice hasn't gone.
Oh, it's gone a little bit. I'm a little piratey.
I even feel like my mind is going, but I feel like I'm also yelling into the microphone, so I'm sorry if I've been very loud. I get loud and passionate, I guess.
But we'll stop the stream, so we'll say goodbye. Thank you to anyone that's managed to get this far.
Thank you.
And you really do need to stick to the end of these streams because we end up talking novels and books and writing.
Yeah. That's when
we got all sorts of topics.
Decent conversation happens is at the end.
Well, about an hour and a half in, we start, diverging and talking stuff. So I'm going to click the end, and so have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
And